Chapter 1992. In a canyon. 10 days later, the black-clad Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. The black-clad Zhuowen's real body was Devour, so his recovery ability was amazing. Moreover, after the attack with Lei Qi, the black-clad Zhuowen's injuries were much lighter than the white-clad Zhuowen's. Therefore, he had almost recovered in 10 days. On the other hand, although the white-clad Zhuowen had woken up, his injuries were still more serious. If the white-robed Zhuowen wanted to recover, it would probably take some time. Zhuowen didn't know anything about this trial ground, so he didn't plan to go out rashly. Zhuowen flipped his right hand, and 15 black crystals appeared in his palm. These were the calamity crystals he had obtained from the stone steel. Zhuowen was a little surprised to obtain 15 calamity crystals. Before the test, he had estimated that he could obtain more than 5 calamity crystals, but the result of the test was beyond his expectations. Zhuowen speculated that the reason he had obtained so many calamity crystals was because of Devour. Suddenly, the calamity crystals in his hand floated up on their own, and a dim light entered Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen found that this dim light contained a message. The rules of the trial ground are very simple, which is to snatch as many calamity crystals as possible. You can use calamity crystals, but you can't have 0 calamity crystals. Otherwise, you will be sent out of the trial ground. The time limit for staying here is 50 years. After 50 years, you will be sent out of the exit. Also, the trial ground is a secret world with 18 layers. The higher you go, the more calamity crystals there are. If you want more power, you have to keep climbing. However, you must remember that in this place, the higher your cultivation base, the stronger you will be. Those with high cultivation bases shouldn't be arrogant. Zhuowen knitted his brows, carefully studying the message in the calamity crystals. It was thought-provoking, especially the last sentence. Zhuowen suddenly remembered that 10 days ago, when he had first entered this place, his soul consciousness could only extend to a range of 100 meters. Generally speaking, a true God's divine sense was very powerful. Just by extending it, it could cover the surface of an ordinary planet. On the other hand, Zhuowen's divine soul had been tempered by the universe quenching stone, and he had cultivated the stars meditation diagram. His divine soul was even more terrifying than a true God's. However, it could only extend 100 meters in this place, which showed how unusual this person was. Divine sense was extremely important to a cultivator. It served as a cultivator's eyes, allowing them to remain vigilant at all times and foresee danger ahead of time. If one's spiritual sense did not work, then the combat power of a cultivator would be greatly reduced. The stronger one's divine sense is, the more advantage one has. That should be the meaning of the last sentence. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He put away the illusory heavenly bridge and stood up. Although the white-robed Zhuowen was injured, the black-robed Zhuowen had completely recovered. He planned to go out and look for Yun Chuyu and see if he could find any clues about this place. However, before leaving the cave, Zhuowen planned to test the effects of the calamity crystal and see if it was as magical as the old man said. Let's use 5 calamity crystals first to see the effects. After saying that, Zhuowen crushed 5 calamity crystals. A surge of energy poured into Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen to let out a comfortable sigh. The energy of the calamity crystals was completely different from the energy of the divine stones. This energy was more compatible with a true God, and its quality was many times higher than the energy of the divine stones. With just 5 calamity crystals, Zhuowen felt that the energy in his body had become much more abundant. After absorbing the 5 calamity crystals, Zhuowen suddenly felt his entire body heat up. This was not the first time Zhuowen had experienced this feeling. The last time he had rushed to the heaven-receiving stone, before the lightning calamity had suddenly descended from the starry sky, he had felt this way. A second lightning calamity? Zhuowen's expression changed. He had only used 5 calamity crystals and had actually caused a second lightning calamity to descend. Wasn't this too fast? In fact, what Zhuowen didn't know was that when an ordinary cultivator used calamity crystals to hasten the descent of a lightning calamity, it would take at least 10 years. Moreover, the amount of calamity crystals required was not small. However, Zhuowen was different. He had Devour's doppelganger, and this doppelganger was too abnormal. It was rejected by the starry sky's laws. So the interval between lightning calamities was much shorter than that of ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, when the black-robed Zhuowen had just advanced to the true God realm, it would have been impossible for him to experience a lightning calamity. However, it had appeared in the starry sky. This was the starry sky's reaction to Devour's rejection. Regarding the lightning calamity, Zhuowen didn't show any fear. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. His heavenly thunder, I happened to be the nemesis of the lightning calamity. Moreover, it could absorb the energy of the lightning calamity and transform it into terrifying heavenly lightning. The energy of the first lightning calamity had only transformed into a trace of heavenly lightning. However, by relying on this trace of heavenly lightning, Zhuowen was able to resist Lei Qi's Thunder City and luckily escaped the calamity. The heavenly lightning was also consumed in the end. The heavenly lightning was currently Zhuowen's strongest trump card. Naturally, he urgently needed more heavenly lightning. Relying on Devour's body to produce heavenly lightning would take too long. He had to quickly accumulate heavenly lightning. Now that the second lightning calamity had descended, Zhuowen was naturally wild with joy. Rumble! Above the dusky canyon, a gate surrounded by black lightning appeared. A destructive aura spread out from the canyon. The cultivators wandering around the canyon raised their heads and looked at the lightning gate floating in the air in astonishment. Lightning calamity? Someone is actually undergoing the lightning calamity now. How long has it been since he entered the trial ground? It's possible that this person's lightning calamity is approaching and he just happened to enter the trial ground. Therefore, he decided to undergo the lightning calamity here. This person is really stupid. Isn't undergoing the lightning calamity in the trial ground the same as telling others where he is? Like green smoke, silhouettes flew in the direction of the lightning gate. Obviously, many cultivators had their eyes on the cultivator undergoing the lightning calamity. In the trial ground, there were no rules or restrictions. The only rule here was to snatch calamity crystals to improve one's cultivation and not be eliminated. The cultivators who entered the trial ground were all cautious. Especially when they found that divine senses were useless here, they were even more careful and did not dare to expose their positions. Zhuowen did not know that he was being watched by the people near the canyon. At this moment, he walked out of the cave and stared at the lightning gate in the sky with a smile on his face. Whoosh! Suddenly, several lightning arcs swept out from the lightning gate. Each lightning arc was as thick as a finger. Zhuowen had compared the power of the second lightning calamity. The power of the second lightning calamity was indeed much stronger than the first. However, Zhuowen was more looking forward to seeing how much heavenly lightning he could produce this time. Of course, Zhuowen did not neglect this time. He took out 48 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold and surrounded himself as a precaution. As the lightning arc descended, the heavenly thunder eye opened. The suction force gushed out again and sucked in all the terrifying lightning arcs. The lightning arcs fell wave after wave, and their power was getting stronger and stronger. However, The heavenly thunder, I was not afraid, and swallowed the lightning arcs again and again. Of course, a part of the lightning arcs would occasionally escape, but they were all blocked by the no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos. When the last wave of lightning calamity descended, 9 lightning arcs escaped. Each lightning arc was as thick as a thumb and was much more powerful than the previous ones. Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent. The no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos blasted out together and blocked 8 of them. Obviously, the heavenly thunder, I absorbed one of them. After the heavenly thunder, I absorbed all the lightning arcs. It released another one. One after another, it smoothly absorbed all the 9 lightning arcs. At this moment, Zhuowen looked inside the heavenly thunder eye and found that there were 2 heavenly lightning arcs in the heavenly thunder eye. Although they were only as thin and inconspicuous as threads, Zhuowen knew very well how powerful a thread of heavenly lightning was. After passing through the lightning calamity, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. His divine sense extended to 100 meters away and found that more than 10 cultivators were approaching. Zhuowen even found that one of the cultivators behind Zhuowen had a ferocious look in his eyes. He actually took out a divine weapon and rushed toward Zhuowen. This cultivator did not control the divine weapon with his divine sense. Instead, he held the divine weapon in his right hand and stabbed it at Zhuowen's back at lightning speed. Obviously, he wanted to kill Zhuowen with one blow. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. With a wave of his right hand, the no-beginning demonic gold sword embryo flew out of his hand and instantly blasted the cultivator's chest. Puchi, this cultivator obviously did not expect Zhuowen to be able to use his divine sense to control the divine weapon. After being hit by the no-beginning demonic gold sword embryo, his chest caved in and he fell to the ground, dying. You can still use your divine sense. Didn't you say that divine, sense below the void sky realm, can't be used? This cultivator died, with remaining grievances. His slightly bulging eyes stared at Zhuowen. Obviously, he found it hard to believe that Zhuowen could use his divine sense. Zhuowen's eyes moved. From this cultivator's words, he gained a lot of information. It seemed that divine sense below the void sky realm was too weak. This place was completely forbidden. However, the divine sense of a void sky realm master was extremely powerful and should be able to be used in this trial ground. However, Zhuowen believed that even if a void sky realm master's divine sense was powerful, it should be greatly limited in this place. As for Zhuowen, his divine sense had been tempered by the starry sky quenching stone. Its sharpness and penetrating power were far stronger than ordinary divine senses. Even if his strength was not as strong as a void sky realm master, he could still extend it to about 100 meters in this place. Not long after the cultivator finished speaking, he stopped breathing and died. Zhuowen casually took the cultivator's spirit ring and checked it. There were not many precious things in it, but he found 3 disaster crystals. Many cultivators who were close to Zhuowen saw this too. Their bodies stiffened, and they quickly backed away. They couldn't use their divine sense in this place. Facing a cultivator who could use divine sense, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? This person must be a void sky realm master. We can't provoke him. Run. Many cultivators hurriedly fled. They all thought that Zhuowen was a void sky realm master who had concealed his cultivation. How could they dare to provoke such a terrifying person? You think you can come and go as you please? How can it be so cheap? Zhuowen sneered, and the surrounding embryos of the original demonic gold sword shot out, intercepting the dozen or so cultivators. Chapter 1993. Heaven and Earth Sect, what do you want? A black-clothed man turned around, fear on his face, but he still calmly stared at the approaching Zhuowen. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? Why did you all secretly come to my place? Zhuowen said indifferently. We're just passing by. The black-clothed man said. Whoosh! Under Zhuowen's control, the no-beginning devil gold sword embryo arrived in front of the black-clothed man's forehead in an instant. A powerful divine sense firmly locked onto the black-clothed man, making him not dare to move recklessly. This black-clothed man's cultivation was slightly higher than Zhuowen's. He was a two calamities true god, but unfortunately, his divine sense was suppressed in this place. In a battle between two people, one side could use divine sense to control a divine tool to attack, while the other side could only attack with his bare hands. Even if this person's cultivation was higher than Zhuowen's, he was naturally at a disadvantage because he couldn't use divine sense. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Hand over all the disaster crystals you have. Zhuowen said indifferently. Once these words were said, everyone was shocked. The disaster crystals were what they relied on to continue staying in this trial ground. If they handed over all of them, they would be eliminated. At that time, they would be sent out of the trial ground ahead of time. They had already experienced the benefits of the trial ground not long after they entered. Here, relying on the disaster crystals, they could quickly increase their cultivation. It was unknown how much faster it was outside, so how could they be willing to hand it over? Everyone, don't be afraid. Even if this person's divine sense is special, he's still a one calamity true god. There are more than a dozen of us here, so he definitely can't deal with all of us. Let's work together to kill this person and divide the disaster crystals equally. The black-clothed man's eyes flickered as he secretly transmitted his voice to the others. Unfortunately, just as this man finished transmitting his voice, the no-beginning devil gold sword embryo in front of him directly pierced through his forehead. Bang! The black-clothed man was instantly killed, but Zhuowen's eyes were emotionless as he said, he thought his voice transmission was hidden, but he didn't expect my divine sense to detect it. Even if I don't know the content of his voice transmission, I can guess what it is. Do you all agree with this person's suggestion? The death of the black-clothed man shocked the rest of the people. They didn't dare to look at Zhuowen's eyes and immediately handed over the disaster crystals on their bodies. Although there were many benefits in the trial grounds, they still required one to be alive. If one didn't even have one's life, then all of this would just be an illusion. Zhuowen collected the disaster crystals one by one. After counting them, he found that there were 30 of them. This number was beyond Zhuowen's expectations. After putting away the disaster crystals, the cultivators were surrounded by white light and disappeared. Clearly, they had been teleported out. Having received 43 disaster crystals, in one go, Zhuowen was in a good mood. Let's go ahead and take a look. I wonder if we can find Chuyu. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, and then he stomped his right foot and vanished on the spot. With the help of his spiritual consciousness, Zhuowen was able to avoid many dangers in this canyon. Zhuowen walked through this canyon for several days and found that the dangers of this canyon not only came from the cultivators, but also the natural traps here. For example, Zhuowen once passed through a swamp, and a black python suddenly jumped out and dragged a cultivator into the swamp. The strength of the black python was not much stronger than the cultivator, but the cultivator couldn't use his spiritual consciousness, so he couldn't perceive the danger in advance. In the end, he was dragged into the swamp by the black python and strangled to death. In the canyon, there were many dangerous places similar to the swamp. It was because Zhuowen had the help of his spiritual consciousness that he could perceive the danger in advance and avoid it every time. While Zhuowen was still making his way through the canyon, at the far end of the canyon, there was a desolate wasteland. At the very front of the wasteland, there was a huge broken gate pillar. The gate was ancient and vicissitudes of life. At a glance, one could tell that it was very old. At this moment, at the exit of the canyon, 5 figures rushed out. They were 3 men and 2 women. Of the 2 women, one of them was average-looking, but she was good at dressing up. The other woman was wearing a veil. Although he couldn't see the face of this veiled woman, he could tell from her autumn eyes that this woman's beauty was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, with the hazy feeling of the veil, this person had an additional trace of mysterious charm. Chuyu, this is the exit of the canyon. As for the trial ground, you should know that there are a total of 18 levels. This is the lowest level and has the least amount of calamity crystals. The higher you go, the more calamity crystals there are. A tall and handsome young man in a blue shirt said to the veiled woman with a smile on his face in a rather attentive manner. The veiled woman frowned. She wasn't used to the way the young man addressed her, but she didn't object. She bowed and said, "Senior Brother Gu, thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to get out." It's a small matter. The gate in front is the entrance to the real trial ground. However, the seniors of the cosmic sect who entered in the past mentioned that there are cultivators guarding the gate. However, Chuyu, don't worry. The 4 of us are from the cosmic sect. When these people hear the name of the cosmic sect, they won't stop us, the young man in blue said proudly. Yun Chuyu nodded slightly, but there was some worry in her eyes. She wasn't worried about herself, but about Zhuowen. Back then, after she tested the stone tablet, Lei Qi had already noticed that something was wrong. With Lei Qi's methods, she would immediately notice Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen was strong, the difference between him and Lei Qi was too great. If he went up against Lei Qi, he would definitely die. If anything happens to Big Brother Zhua, Yun Qiu, swear that when I become strong, I will kill Lei Qi to pay tribute to Big Brother Zhua, Yun Qiu thought with determination. When the average-looking woman saw the young man in blue being so attentive to Yun Qiu, the corners of her mouth twitched. She was a little unhappy. The young man in blue was called Gu Feng. He was one of the more outstanding disciples of the cosmic sect. Although he couldn't be compared to the top geniuses, his talent wasn't weak either. After cultivating for less than 1,000 years, he was already a 3 disasters true god. This time, Gu Feng entered the trial ground. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, he had a chance to break through the void sky realm and enter the ranks of the top geniuses of the cosmic sect. This woman had always admired Gu Feng. Unfortunately, she didn't have any feelings for him. Gu Feng didn't think much of her, so he didn't think much of her. This made the woman a little angry. Now that Yun Qiu had joined their team, the 3 male cultivators in the team, including Gu Feng, were much more attentive to Yun Qiu. This made the woman very jealous, and she secretly cursed this woman for being a vixen. "Let's go." Gu Feng's face was flushed. Although Yun Qiu was wearing a veil, he was sure that Yun Qiu's beauty was definitely the best he had ever seen in his life. If he could have such a beautiful female cultivator as his cultivation partner, Gu Feng's heart would burn like a fire. At this moment, he had to perform well. The group of 5 arrived in front of the doorpost. On the doorpost, there were 9 cultivators sitting cross-legged. The 9 cultivators were all men. The oldest looked to be in his 40s, and the youngest looked to be in his 30s. Gu Feng looked at the 9 cultivators with fear. He knew very well that these cultivators weren't newcomers. They were old people who had entered the trial ground in the past. This trial ground was an extremely famous trial ground in the Middle Universe. It was a trial ground that the great Brahma Heaven had specially created for the many cultivators in the Middle Universe. In the core star zone, only cultivators in the Middle Universe could freely enter this place after paying a certain amount of god stones. Of course, This place was very dangerous, and one was responsible for their own life and death, regardless of one's status in the middle universe. The great Brahma heaven wouldn't be responsible if one died here. Apart from the central universe, cultivators from the other 4 universes could only enter this trial ground through specific passageways. This time, the great Brahma heaven could be said to be opening this trial ground to cultivators outside the middle universe. In the past, the galactic tournament had never been treated like this. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. The trial ground didn't rely on cultivation, but on spiritual sense. Cultivators above the void sky realm could use spiritual sense, but those below the void sky realm had to rely on talent. If one didn't have talent in spiritual sense, then it would be safer to continue moving forward after reaching the void sky realm and being able to use spiritual sense. Most of the cultivators guarding the entrance were Zhongyu cultivators who couldn't advance any further in the trial grounds, but were unwilling to leave. They hoped to accumulate enough calamity crystals by collecting tolls from newcomers so they could break through to the void sky realm and enter deeper into the trial grounds to obtain more calamity crystals. Of course, most of the cultivators guarding the door were at the bottom of the trial ground. The true geniuses and masters disdained to do this. When Gu Feng's group of 5 arrived at the door, the 9 cultivators sitting cross-legged at the door opened their eyes at the same time and stared coldly at Gu Feng's group. These 9 cultivators didn't have high cultivation. 8 of them were 2 calamities true god, while the leader was 3 calamities true god. However, he didn't have any wind calamity aura. Clearly, he hadn't passed the wind calamity yet. Senior Martial Brothers, we're disciples of the cosmic sect. I hope you'll let us in on account of our cosmic sect. Gu Feng felt that these 9 cultivators weren't very strong and showed a trace of disdain, but his tone was still polite. Cosmic sect? There was a powerful void sky cultivator from the cosmic sect before. I think he was called Lianze. The leader said indifferently. Gu Feng was slightly happy. Senior Martial Brother Lianze is the #1 genius of our cosmic sect. His cultivation is unfathomable. Oh, in that case, take out 50 calamity crystals. 10 per person. That's quite a discount, the cultivator in the lead said calmly. Gu Feng's face froze. He didn't expect these cultivators to not give him any face even after he introduced himself. Maybe you don't know about the cosmic sect. The cosmic sect is one of the top 10 sects in the star field. Before Gu Feng finished speaking, a gust of wind swept over and landed heavily in front of him. He stopped talking and covered his body with his hands. Gu Feng groaned and involuntarily retreated dozens of steps. He looked at the leader in shock. Chapter 1994. Gu Feng's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect these people to be unafraid of the cosmic sect behind him. Moreover, Gu Feng also discovered that this cultivator's cultivation level was clearly lower than his, but he was actually at a disadvantage in that attack. Either hand over the calamity crystal or scram. The leader sneered. Gu Feng's face flushed red. Yun Chuyu was still behind him, so how could he be afraid? Gu Feng was a cultivator who had survived 2 wind disasters. Logically speaking, his strength shouldn't be weaker than the leader's. He believed that he was only pushed back by luck. Humph, you want us to scram? It's not that easy. Gu Feng snorted and took out a long saber. With a stomp of his right foot, he flew toward the cultivator in front of him. The other 8 cultivators guarding the gate sneered, as if they weren't worried about the leader at all. You're dead. Gu Feng was as fast as the wind. In an instant, he was in front of the cultivator. The long saber in his hand was like a ray of light as it slashed toward the cultivator's neck. Unfortunately, the cultivator didn't move. He just looked at Gu Feng indifferently. Gu Feng thought that the cultivator was scared stiff, and he felt even more proud. Senior brother Gu Feng, watch your back. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. Gu Feng, who was originally proud, stiffened. Then, he felt pain in his right hand. The long saber that was supposed to fall suddenly flew out. More accurately, even his entire right hand flew out. Ah! Gu Feng screamed and hurriedly retreated. Only then did he realize that it was a small axe that had cut off his right hand. Moreover, this small axe was floating beside the cultivator. The cultivator grabbed Gu Feng's right hand and summoned a ball of fire to burn it. He lightly weighed Gu Feng's long saber divine weapon and clicked his tongue in wonder. This saber is not bad. Divine sense? How can you use divine sense? Aren't cultivators below the void sky realm unable to use divine sense here? Gu Feng's heart sank. His eyes were filled with fear. If his divine sense wasn't suppressed here, the cultivator in front of him wouldn't have been able to use that small axe to cut off his right hand so easily. Unfortunately, he had lost his divine sense and could only use his vision to judge danger like an ordinary person. That was why his right hand was easily chopped off by the cultivator in front of him. What the country bumpkin. In this place, cultivation is nothing. Only a powerful divine sense is the way to go. Do you think you're stronger than brother Yen just because you've survived 2 hurricanes? What a frog at the bottom of a well, one of the cultivators behind said with a ridiculing tone. The cultivator, who was called Brother Yen by the cultivator behind him, casually waved his long saber and said indifferently, "Little rookie, in this place, all cultivators below the void sky realm have the same starting point. Even if you are a powerful, true god, 3 disasters who has survived 15 wind disasters, you are no exception. But once you enter the trial grounds, your divine sense will be suppressed to the point that you won't be able to leave. Perhaps even some first disaster true gods might be able to kill you. Your pride in the outside world means nothing here. I've been cultivating here for a much longer time than you, although my aptitude is limited and I can't advance to the void sky realm so quickly. I've tempered my divine soul to an extremely powerful state. Now, my divine sense can extend to about 5 meters. Although 5 meters might seem insignificant, I can kill a rookie like you who can't even extend your divine sense with a raise of my hand." Gu Feng's face was pale and bloodless. Even Yun Chuyu and the others behind him didn't look any better. This was their first time entering the trial grounds, and they thought that everyone couldn't extend their divine sense. Now, they learned from Brother Yen that it was possible for cultivators below the void sky realm to extend their divine sense. In this situation where most cultivators' divine sense was suppressed, being able to extend one's divine sense was definitely an invincible existence. Hand over 50 disaster crystals, and I won't make things difficult for you. I'll let you pass through this gate, Brother Yen said indifferently. Gu Feng frowned. He didn't have 10 calamity crystals on him. He had obtained 6 calamity crystals from the stone tablet, but he had used 4 of them when he entered this place. He only had 2 calamity crystals left. However, Gu Feng knew that his 2 junior brothers and that junior sister only had 8 disaster crystals in total. Even if he asked, he couldn't take all of their disaster crystals. Otherwise, they would definitely be eliminated. Senior apprentice Brother Gu Feng, you are the strongest among the 5 of us. I have discussed it with my 2 junior apprentice brothers. We can take out the calamity crystal for you. The female cultivator with average looks transmitted her voice to the gloomy Gu Feng. Gu Feng's expression relaxed, and he replied, "Thank you, junior sister. After I enter this time, I'll definitely come out to pick you up after I get enough disaster crystals. Senior brother, we naturally believe in you. However, I remember that you only have 2 disaster crystals on you. right? It seems that you're still missing 3 disaster crystals. The woman surnamed, he suddenly reminded him. I'm also worried about this, Gu Feng said helplessly. Senior brother Gu, didn't Yun Chiyu say that she had 3 disaster crystals on her? We helped her so much in the canyon before. Now it's time for her to repay us, the female cultivator surnamed, he said again. Gu Feng was startled and revealed a look of hesitation. When he met Yun Chiyu, Gu Feng was stunned by her temperament. When he learned that she was only a loose cultivator, Gu Feng regarded her as his exclusive property and wanted to make her his Dao companion in the future. However, the situation had changed, and he was blocked at the entrance of the trial ground. He was really unwilling to accept this. After thinking about it, he decided to sacrifice Yun Chiyu. Although he had a very good impression of Yun Chiyu, he had never seen her real appearance. Naturally, he couldn't give up on entering the trial ground just because of this. Yun Chiyu was extremely intelligent and naturally saw Gu Feng and the female cultivator surnamed he talking to each other. Although she didn't know the specific content of their conversation, from the way they frequently looked at each other, she was afraid that the person they were talking about was her. As for why they were talking to each other, it was obvious that they didn't want her to know. They were talking about her, but didn't want her to know. Obviously, what they were talking about was definitely not good for her. Thinking of this, Yun Chiyu quietly took out the escape talisman Zhuowen gave her and hid it in her palm. Miss Yun, you saw that we helped you so much in the canyon. Now, we need your help with something. We hope that you can help us. The female cultivator surnamed, he turned her head and smiled at Yun Chiyu. Yun Chiyu frowned slightly and said calmly, the 4 of you have indeed helped me a lot. What do you want me to help with? The female cultivator, surnamed, he said indifferently, Senior brother Gu only has 2 disaster crystals on him, and the 3 of us can only take out 5 disaster crystals. However, the entrance to this place requires 10 per person, so we hope that you can take out 3 disaster crystals to help us. Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she said, I only have 3 disaster crystals on me. If I give them all to you, won't I be eliminated immediately? The female cultivator surnamed, he smiled faintly and said, Miss Yun, what are you saying? You are so weak. If you have them, they will be taken away by others. Why don't you just hand them over and save yourself? When this nebula tournament is over, you can come to the Qianquan sect. We will definitely treat you well. Just as the female cultivator finished speaking, the other 2 men quietly moved behind Yun Chiyu to prevent her from running away. Chiyu, don't worry. The 3 disaster crystals you gave us won't go to waste. After I advance to the Void Sky Realm, my status in the Qianquan sect will also rise. At that time, I will bring you to the Qianquan sect and directly make you an inner disciple. How about it? Gu Feng said calmly. Yun Chiyu was so angry that she laughed. She coldly looked at Gu Feng and the others and said, Sorry, if it were 2, I could still give them to you. However, 3 is out of the question. If that's the case, then don't blame us. Attack. The female cultivator, surnamed, he sneered. She kicked off the ground and rushed towards Yun Chiyu. The other 2 men also came from behind her. Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of determination. Divine power surged out from her hands, and she blasted out a palm to each side. Puchi. The 4 of them immediately clashed. Yun Chiyu felt a sweet taste in her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The veil on her face was pulled back, revealing her peerlessly beautiful face. She, on the other hand, was sent flying backwards like a withered flower. So beautiful, the 2 men who originally wanted to attack Yun Chiyu froze the moment they saw Yun Chiyu's face under the veil. They were stunned. Not only them, But even Gu Feng and the 9 cultivators guarding the door pillars had similar expressions. Die. The female cultivator surnamed, he came back to her senses. Her eyes burned with jealousy. She suddenly rushed out and blasted out a palm without showing any mercy. The moment Yun Chuyu was sent flying, she immediately crushed the escape talisman in her hand. Then, she turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the canyon behind her. It's an escape talisman. Let's chase her. We can't let her escape. Gu Feng had already come back to his senses. He immediately chased in the direction Yun Chuyu had fled. At this moment, Gu Feng's heart was burning with passion. Yun Chuyu was indeed very beautiful. He made up his mind to make this woman his cultivation partner. Even if he couldn't do it, he still wanted to have a night of fun with her. Such a beautiful female cultivator was rare in the West Yu. He wasn't willing to let her go. The moment Gu Feng rushed out, the female cultivator surnamed, he and the other 2 followed closely behind. Brother Yen, that female cultivator is really beautiful. Only you are worthy of having such a female cultivator. What right does that trash named Gu Feng have to have her? The 9 cultivators in front of the door pillars came back to their senses, and one of them said to Brother Yen. Brother Yan's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "The 8 of you continue to guard here. I'll go take a look. If there's a chance to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, I don't mind acting." As he spoke, Brother Yen stepped forward with his right foot and slowly followed. This person had a divine sense, so it would be easy for him to catch up with Gu Feng and the others. However, he didn't. Instead, he slowly followed behind. In the canyon, there were sparse withered trees growing under a cliff. Yun Chuyu landed under a withered tree. Her face was pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed beside the withered tree. Chapter 1995. Gallows, we can't stop here. Otherwise, they will eventually find us. Yun Chuyu forced herself to stand up and looked around. She realized that other than the barren cliffs, there was only the swamp in front of them. Swamp. Seeing the pitch-black swamp, Yun Chuyu's beautiful eyes showed hesitation. In the end, she made up her mind and went in. Gu Feng and the other 3 could not release their divine consciousness and could only rely on their sight to find her. As long as she hid in the swamp and did not move, she did not believe that Gu Feng and the other 3 would continue to search in the swamp. Not long after, Gu Feng and the other 3 arrived. Not here? Let's continue forward. Gu Feng frowned slightly and did not pay attention to the swamp. The 4 of them left without stopping. In the swamp, after Yun Chuyu saw that the 4 of them had left, she let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to come out, she realized that there was something wriggling under the swamp. What is it? Yun Chuyu's heart trembled, and she quickly left the swamp. However, before she could completely leave the swamp, a black tentacle suddenly swept out and wrapped around her right leg. Yun Chuyu was lifted up. Her injuries were quite serious, and the tentacle was very tight. She could not break free at all. The entire swamp surged, and Yun Chuyu was horrified to discover that a terrifying giant beast had emerged from the swamp. The giant beast looked like an octopus. It had a huge head with a pair of oily green eyes and sharp fangs. Under its head, countless tentacles grew out, densely packed together. It was exceptionally terrifying. Gallows, why is there such a giant beast in this place? Brother Yen, who was leisurely walking over, happened to see this scene. When he saw the giant beast in the swamp, his expression was extremely ugly. This beast was called Gallows, and it was an extremely famous, terrifying giant beast in the trial grounds. It was mostly seen above the 5th level of the trial grounds, and was a very difficult fellow to deal with. Brother Yen could release his divine consciousness 5 meters away, and his strength was much stronger than other true gods. However, he knew very well that if he were to face Gallows, he would definitely die. God is jealous of her beauty. This beauty is dead, for sure. Brother Yen kept his distance from the quagmire and sighed while shaking his head. Zhuowen passed through the canyon and met many cultivators along the way. However, as long as they didn't provoke him, Zhuowen didn't attack them. Of course, if there were cultivators who wanted to rob Zhuowen because they had more people, Zhuowen would not be soft-hearted and would rob them all back. Therefore, in just a few short days, Zhuowen already had 75 pieces of disaster crystals on him. Zhuowen had also heard from some of the cultivators that this was not the inner part of the trial by fire, but the outer part. It was said that the entrance to the trial by fire was at the end of the canyon. However, there seemed to be quite powerful cultivators guarding there. If one wanted to enter the trial grounds, they would have to pay 10 disaster crystals. The cultivators scattered in the canyon were either new cultivators or those who had less than 10 calamity crystals on them and planned to rob others to gather enough calamity crystals before entering the trial ground. This was also the reason why Zhuowen was often targeted along the way. In this kind of place where one's spiritual sense was suppressed, one's cultivation was no longer an advantage. Instead, it was their numbers that gave them an advantage. Seeing that Zhuowen was all alone, who else could these cultivators go for but Zhuowen? Yun Qiyu couldn't have escaped so far. I know her injuries. Suddenly, Zhuowen's divine sense detected a voice. When he heard the name Yun Qiyu, Zhuowen's heart sank. At this moment, Gu Feng and the others were not far from Zhuowen. The one who had just spoken was the female cultivator, surnamed He. However, before she could finish speaking, a terrifying killing intent instantly descended, causing her body to tremble. Her face was pale as she looked at the young man in front of her. Not only her, but Gu Feng and the others were not much better. This killing intent was too terrifying, and it contained a powerful divine sense that suppressed them, making it difficult for them to move. "Senior, why are you looking for us?" Gu Feng reacted and hurriedly cupped his fists towards Zhuowen. This person could release his divine sense, so he was definitely someone on the same level as Brother Yen. Such a true god could easily kill the 4 of them in this place. "Where's Yun Qiyu?" Zhuowen asked with a gloomy gaze. Hearing this, Gu Feng and the others' hearts sank. Didn't Yun Qiyu say that she was a rogue cultivator? When did such a powerful existence appear behind her? "Senior, you've misunderstood. We don't know any Yun Qiyu," Gu Feng hurriedly said. "Pa!" Unfortunately, just as Gu Feng finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the right side of his face. He fell to the ground and spat out a few teeth. "Where's Yun Qiyu?" Zhuowen's gaze became more and more gloomy, and his killing intent became more and more terrifying, causing the 4 of them to tremble in fear. "We're also looking for Yun Qiyu, but we still haven't found her. Senior, please don't kill us. We don't mean any harm." The female cultivator with the surname, He hurriedly said. Zhuowen completely ignored the female cultivator with the surname, He's pleas for mercy. His powerful divine sense turned into ropes, imprisoning all 4 of them. Then he brought the 4 of them, who were unable to move, towards the front of the canyon. Along the way, he did not find any trace of Yun Qiyu. Clearly, Yun Qiyu should be somewhere in front of the canyon. Zhuowen's expression was anxious. He even spread out his torch dragon wings, and his entire person turned into an afterimage. Not long after, Zhuowen approached the swamp where Yun Qiyu was previously. He also saw the giant beast, Gallows, in the swamp. At the same time, his divine sense also swept over Yun Qiyu, whose legs were entangled by Gallows. Although Yun Chuyu's entire body was covered in mud and her face was pitch black, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly, his divine sense was extremely powerful. Naturally, he immediately recognized Yun Chuyu, especially when he saw that Gallows had actually opened his mouth wide, intending to swallow Yun Chuyu whole. Zhuowen did not even think about it and took out the embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword. The 12 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword turned into a terrifying vortex of killing intent and blasted into Gallows's tentacles, instantly severing them. Yun Chuyu also fell into the swamp. Roar! Gallows roared angrily and turned his head to stare at Zhuowen, who was rushing over. Countless tentacles swept towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not afraid of Gallows at all. The torch dragon wings spread out to the extreme. Zhuowen was like a ghost as he dodged the incoming tentacles. The 12 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword that had originally swept out returned to his body, constantly cutting Gallows's tentacles. At the same time, Zhuowen constantly closed the distance between him and Gallows. The moment Zhuowen got close to Gallows, he took out the glorious purple galaxy sword and slashed down. A purple moon rose and slammed into Gallows's head. Unfortunately, Gallows's head was extremely hard. Not only did the purple moon fail to slash Gallows, but it also dissipated. Gallows roared angrily and spat out a ball of green venom. Zhuowen dodged and passed through the venom. Then he circled behind Gallows and picked up Yun Chuyu, instantly leaving the swamp. Ah, no, save us! Zhuowen was busy with Yun Chuyu and did not care about Gu Feng and the others at all. At this moment, after Zhuowen saved Yun Chuyu and left the swamp, Gu Feng and the others were abandoned by Zhuowen and eventually became Gallows's venting objects. Zhuowen silently looked at Gu Feng and the others who were swallowed by Gallows, then turned to look at the stunned brother Yen behind him and said, "Who are you? Are you also chasing after Chiyu?" Brother Yen broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, when Zhuowen was controlling the embryo of the No-beginning demonic gold sword, he had seen it clearly. This guy could definitely release his divine sense, and his divine sense was much stronger than his own. You've misunderstood. I'm the gatekeeper of the trial ground. I saw that this lady was being chased by Gu Feng and the other three, so I purposely came to lend a helping hand. I didn't expect to meet Gallows here. Brother Yen hurriedly waved his hand. Roar! At this moment, after swallowing Gu Feng and the others, Gallows turned his head. His green eyes stared straight at Zhuowen, sending chills down one's spine. Brother Yen felt a chill down his spine and kept retreating. However, what surprised him was that the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him did not run away. This person clearly could not blast open Gallows's head. So why didn't he run away? Zhuowen looked at Gallows indifferently. His true form was Devour, a powerful giant beast in the starry sky. How could he be afraid of this so-called Gallows? Roar! Zhuowen also let out a low roar. A flow of pressure from Devour burst out. This pressure formed the shadow of a giant beast, emerging behind Zhuowen. Gallows stopped roaring and even began to shiver. He looked at Devour's shadow in fright. He whimpered and then crawled into the swamp, not daring to come out. "Want to run? You think it's that easy?" Zhuowen sneered. He took a step forward and waved his sleeve. A terrifying, devouring vortex emerged and swallowed the entire swamp. Gallows, who was hiding in the swamp, shivered. He didn't have his previous majesty. Zhuowen's mind flickered. The 12 embryos of the No-beginning demonic gold sword turned into a vortex of murderous intent, drilling into Gallows' eyes. Gallows' head was so tough that even the glorious amethyst galaxy sword couldn't cut it. He could only start with Gallows' eyes. Gallows had been frightened by Devour's pressure. At this moment, He wasn't prepared at all. When the vortex of murderous intent formed by the no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos completely entered the beast's eyes, Gallows let out a mournful roar and kept rolling on the ground. The vortex of murderous intent wreaked havoc in Gallows' body, almost turning it into a mess. In the end, Gallows' head exploded, and he died completely. He was killed just like that. Brother Yin opened his mouth wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. At this moment, he looked at Zhuowen with awe and fear. Brother Yin wanted to leave, but Zhuowen's consciousness had locked onto him. He didn't dare to move. He could only smile bitterly and wait in place. Brother Zhuo, it's great that you're okay. Yun Chuyu reacted. She curled up on Zhuowen's body and cried. Zhuowen looked at Yun Chuyu with a sigh. He could feel that Yun Chuyu's injuries were quite serious, coupled with her unstable emotions. It had already become an internal injury. After Zhuowen used his divine power to completely remove the swamp on Yun Chuyu's surface, he found that Yun Chuyu's face was very pale and bloodless. Chapter 1996. Exploitation. Brother Yan's face was pale as he remained motionless. Zhuowen's divine sense was firmly locked onto him, so he didn't dare to move. His divine sense could only extend to 5 meters, but he was still enveloped by the young man's divine sense even though he was nearly 100 meters away from him. It was clear how terrifying this young man was. Zhuowen checked on Yun Chuyu again. After confirming that she was fine, he turned around and stared coldly at Brother Yen behind him. Friend, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't touch this girl. Brother Yen hurriedly said. Zhuowen's mouth was full of a cold smile. This person secretly followed Yun Chuyu. He didn't believe that this person had good intentions. If Gaylord hadn't appeared, Zhuowen was sure that this person would have attacked Yun Chuyu. Zhuowen didn't have a good temper with this kind of person. Brother Zhuowen, this person is the cultivator guarding the outer pillar of the trial grounds. He can also release his divine sense, but it can only extend to 5 meters. Yun Chuyu transmitted her voice to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was startled. He looked Brother Yen up and down and said in a low voice, "You can release your divine sense as well? As far as I know, only cultivators above the virtual sky realm can release their divine sense. Divine senses below the virtual sky realm are basically suppressed." The meaning of Zhuowen's words was obvious. He wanted to ask this person how he could release his divine sense even though he wasn't at the virtual sky realm. Brother Yen cursed in his heart. Zhuowen could release his divine sense himself, but he was asking him instead. However, Brother Yen didn't dare to not answer. The young man's divine sense was too powerful, and it was firmly locked onto him. If he felt that something was wrong, he would be killed by the young man. Friend, don't you know that you can temper your divine sense in the trial grounds? There are a total of 18 levels in the trial grounds. The higher you go, the better the effect of tempering your divine sense. Moreover, there are more calamity crystals. It is said that calamity crystals are everywhere on the 18th level. Brother Yen hurriedly explained. When he mentioned the 18th level, his eyes revealed a yearning. In other words, your divine sense was tempered in the trial grounds. Zhuowen asked calmly. Brother Yen quickly replied, "Yes. However, I was only able to break through the first floor. I couldn't break through the second floor no matter what. The main reason is that my divine sense is too weak. Also, the entrance to the second floor is too difficult." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was secretly surprised. From Brother Yan's tone, he could tell that this canyon was not the real training ground. The real training ground was probably at the end of the canyon. Generally speaking, how far can a void sky cultivator's spiritual sense extend when they first enter this place? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Brother Yen thought for a while and said, "Those who have just entered the virtual sky are about 30 meters tall. If they reach the virtual sky for the first time, they can reach 50 meters. If they reach the virtual sky for the second time, they can reach 80 meters. If they reach the virtual sky for the third time, they can reach over 100 meters." At this point, Brother Yin glanced at Zhuowen and thought that this person was definitely an expert who had reached the third step in the void sky. He was only pretending to be a pig in front of Brother Yin. He did not believe that a one-calamity true God would be able to extend his divine sense so far when he had just entered this place. Moreover, after void sky experts enter the trial grounds, they can usually break through to the later floors. Their divine sense will also become stronger as they temper it. Brother Yin chuckled and said, "Of course, in terms of benefits, true gods benefit the most from the trial grounds because the calamity crystals here are much more effective for true gods. As long as they have enough calamity crystals, true gods can quickly pass through calamities and become stronger." Zhuowen nodded and continued, "Since the trial grounds have 18 levels, has anyone entered the 18th level?" Brother Yen frowned and shook his head. "I have stayed in the trial grounds for several hundred years, but I have never heard of anyone entering the 18th level. At least until now, no one in Zhongyu has. However, this time, the trial grounds are open to the other 4 areas. Perhaps a world-shaking genius will appear and enter the 18th level." Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he said, "Then take me there now." Brother Yen looked hesitant and reluctantly looked at the already dead Gallo. After a series of obsequious words, he decided to lead the way. Zhuowen's gaze was very sharp, so he naturally caught Brother Yan's expression. Whoosh! Zhuowen jumped down and landed beside Gallo's corpse. Soon after, his powerful divine sense began to check Gallo's body over and over again. Suddenly, Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. Soon after, the glorious amethyst galaxy sword in his right hand slashed at the vicinity of Gallo's eyes. Then, his right hand groped around inside and took out a palm-sized irregular black stone. The color of this black stone was very similar to a calamity crystal. Moreover, what Zhuowen praised was that the aura of this stone was almost exactly the same as that of a calamity crystal. Moreover, the aura of this stone was purer than that of a calamity crystal. Brother Yen also noticed Zhuowen's behavior and sighed in his heart. He knew that his unintentional action just now had exposed his intentions. Zhuowen arrived in front of Brother Yen and asked indifferently, "This is also a calamity crystal?" Brother Yen cupped his fists and said, "This is a calamity crystal core. The energy inside is even purer than that of a calamity crystal. There are many calamity crystals hidden deep underground in the trial grounds. The exotic beasts in the trial grounds all evolve and grow by devouring calamity crystals. The exotic beasts here devour calamity crystals all year round, so a calamity crystal core is formed in their bodies. This is the essence of a calamity crystal." Zhuowen nodded and unceremoniously put it away under Brother Yan's envious gaze. "Lead the way." After saying that, Zhuowen helped Yun Chuyu up, under Brother Yan's lead. They arrived in front of the gate at the end of the canyon. Brother Yen, the 8 black-robed cultivators who were originally sitting cross-legged in front of the gate, noticed Brother Yan's arrival and stood up one after another. However, when they saw Zhuowen and Yun Chuyu behind Brother Yen, their gazes all became alert. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the gate in front of him. He knew that this was the entrance to the trial grounds. "Everyone, please calm down. This is Brother Zhua. He's entering the trial grounds this time, so please don't block the gate," Brother Yen said somewhat awkwardly. "Brother Yen, what's wrong with you? If you want to enter the gate, you need 10 calamity crystals. This person isn't a void sky expert, so why can't he enter? One of the black-robed cultivators said, unhappily. Brother Yan's expression darkened. Just as he was about to reprimand them, Zhuowen suddenly said, so you have this kind of rule. Before Zhuowen could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the black-robed cultivator, who spoke just now. Of course. If you know what's good for you, take out 20 calamity crystals and leave the female cultivator beside you behind. Get in. Brother Yan had a bad feeling. He quickly turned around and cupped his hands towards Zhuowen. Brother Zhua, this person doesn't know any better. Please forgive him. I'll immediately teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Brother Yan's words immediately stunned the 8 cultivators in front of the gate. The young man in front of them was only a 1 calamity true god, while Brother Yan was a 3 calamities true god who could release his divine sense. Why was Brother Yan so respectful and even a little reverent to this young man? There's no need to trouble you, Zhuowen said coldly as his powerful divine sense swept out. The black-robed cultivator, who spoke rudely, suddenly cried out in alarm. He felt his whole body relax, and his whole body was suspended in the air. Moreover, his head was facing down as if his right leg was lifted by someone. Divine sense? What a powerful divine sense! The 7 black-robed cultivators involuntarily took a few steps back. They could feel that this young man's divine sense was even stronger than their brother Yan's. No wonder their brother Yan was so respectful to this person. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. The cultivator who was taught a lesson was even more regretful and quickly begged for mercy. Zhuowen sneered and threw the black-robed cultivator to the ground. He said indifferently, this friend reminded me that to enter the trial ground, disaster crystals are indeed needed. Speaking until here, Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and continued, I won't be too ruthless. Take out 90% of the disaster crystals you have. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brother Yan's heart trembled. He cursed the black-robed cultivator for offending Zhuowen at this juncture and causing them to lose disaster crystals. Facing Zhuowen, he didn't dare to not hand over the disaster crystals. It was too easy for this person to kill him. Sir, this is 90% of the disaster crystals I have on me. Please count them. Brother Yan's posture was very humble. He also changed his address from friend to sir. Zhuowen took the disaster crystals from Brother Yan and found that there were more than 400 disaster crystals, which made him quite satisfied. With Brother Yan as an example, the other 8 cultivators eagerly delivered the calamity crystals to him, especially the cultivator who was taught a lesson. Although he was grimacing, the smile on his face was the thickest. The total amount of disaster crystal stones handed over by the 8 cultivators was more than 100, including Brother Yan's. Zhuowen had obtained more than 500 disaster crystal stones. This harvest could not be said to be not generous. Chiyu, take these 100 disaster crystals, just in case. Zhuowen took out 100 disaster crystals and handed them to Yun Chuyu. Yun Chuyu hurriedly shook her head and said flatteringly, Brother Zhua, this is too much. I can't take it. Take it. If you want to become stronger, you need these disaster crystals. Don't you want to become stronger? Zhuowen said indifferently. Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes flashed. After a slight hesitation, she still took the disaster crystals. She carried a blood feud on her back, and her enemy, Lei Qi, was so powerful. She had to become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a chance to take revenge. Sir, are you going in now? Brother Yan smiled wholeheartedly, but in his heart, he couldn't wait for Zhuowen to leave. Zhuowen shook his head and said, I'll go in later. In any case, I still have 50 years here. Let me finish absorbing the disaster crystals first. After saying that, Zhuowen brought Yun Chiyu to a place not far from the gate. At the same time, he used the 10,000 engulfment to set up a shielding array. Within the shielding array, he set up a level 3 trap array. Inside the trap array, he also set up a level 3 killing array. Brother Yen was quite strong, but if he wanted to break into this array, he would definitely be entangled. When that happened, Zhuowen would be able to easily kill him. A level 3 array. Chapter 1997. 6 Lightning Disasters. Big Brother Zhuo. You, looking at the formation around them, Yun Chiyu looked at Zhuowen in confusion. Chiyu, the trial grounds are definitely filled with difficulties. Generally speaking, the majority of those who enter are looking for disaster crystals. Since we now have enough disaster crystals, we should work hard to increase our strength first, Zhuowen said with a smile. Yun Chiyu nodded. She could vaguely guess Zhuowen's thoughts. Her attention was focused on the disaster crystals Zhuowen had given her, and her beautiful eyes glowed. While Zhuowen and Yun Chiyu were cultivating inside the formation, Brother Yen and the others could only stay outside and watch gloomily. Time slowly passed, and quite a few newcomers entered. Brother Yen and the others naturally did not let go of the disaster crystals on these newcomers. Of course, they did not go too far. They only collected 10 disaster crystals per person according to the old rules. Zhuowen had absorbed 400 disaster crystals, which took him 3 months. His aura had also become much more terrifying. In the process of absorbing the disaster crystals, Zhuowen had already sent down the 3rd lightning disaster. However, Zhuowen had used all life formless to hide his aura and hide it from the lightning disaster. After absorbing 400 calamity crystals, Zhuowen's aura had soared to an extremely terrifying degree. The 4th and 5th lightning calamity had followed, but he had been suppressing them all this time. It was the same for Yun Chiyu. After absorbing 100 disaster crystals, Yun Chiyu had sent down 3 lightning disasters. However, all of them were covered by all life formless, so the lightning disaster did not completely descend. 10 disaster crystals. If you can't take them out, then get the hell out of here. At this moment, Brother Yen and the 8 black-robed cultivators were still sitting cross-legged in front of the gate pillar. There were 2 cultivators standing in front of the gate pillar. They were a man and a woman. The man looked ordinary, but his aura was quite vast. His clothes were also extremely luxurious. It was obvious that he came from an extraordinary background. The woman wore a bright red silk dress. Her figure was graceful, and her eyes were filled with a hint of seduction. You might not know who I am, right? I am Liangdan, a disciple of the Void Flush Peak. My father is an elder of the Void Flush Peak. I hope that the few of you can make things convenient for us. The man was very polite, but the arrogance in his eyes was very obvious. It was obvious that this man was very confident in his identity. The charming woman beside him watched everything in silence. She was well aware of how powerful the Void Rush Peak was. The Void Piercing Peak was also one of the 10 great sects of the Star Field. However, it was not a force of the Dongyu sect, but a force of the Shiyu sect. With the backing of the Void Flushing Peak, she believed that the 9 men would still give her some face. Unfortunately, Brother Yen did not even bother to look at the man as he gave him a slap. Liangdan's face was flushed red. He did not expect Brother Yen to be so arrogant. He attacked without saying a word. Thinking of this, Liangdan snorted in his heart. He moved his right leg, intending to avoid Brother Yan's slap. But soon, Liangdan realized that something was wrong. His entire body stiffened, and his feet were rooted to the ground. Divine sense? You can actually use divine sense. You're just a true god. How is this possible? Liang Dan shouted in shock. Unfortunately, he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Brother Yan's slap landed on his face ruthlessly. Slap! Liang Dan fell to the ground in a sorry state. His right cheek was swollen, and he spat out more than 10 teeth. Is the void flush peak that great? 3 months ago, I even beat up the few fellows from the Heaven and Earth sect. Who do you think you are? Even if I kill you here, the peak master of the void flush peak won't dare to come to Zhongyu to look for me directly. If you're still so hesitant, I'll kill you directly. Brother Yen stood up and walked toward Liang Dan with a murderous look on his face. Liang Dan was so scared that he wet his pants. He did not care about his image as he moved toward Brother Yen. Trash! If you can't hand over 10 calamity crystals, get out of here and go to the canyon behind to rob others. Brother Yen said in disdain. The 9 black-robed cultivators behind him roared with laughter, causing Liang Dan's face to turn green and red. However, he did not dare to do anything. The charming lady hurried to Liang Dan's side. Her face was pale. She did not expect the void flush peak to be useless in this trial ground. Boom! Suddenly, the shielding array near the door pillar exploded, and 2 figures walked out from it. Brother Yen also noticed them, and his face changed slightly. He knew that Zhuowen had come out from his seclusion. Rumble! However, before Brother Yen could go forward to welcome them, a terrifying sound of thunder came from above their heads. Then, a huge lightning gate was formed. Not long after this lightning gate was formed, another lightning gate was formed. One after another, lightning gates appeared. There were a total of 6 lightning gates floating in the sky, and they were arranged neatly. Countless black thunderbolts lingered around them, and it looked extremely strange. 6 lightning calamities stacked together. Brother Yen was shocked. He quickly stepped back and looked at the 6 lightning gates floating in the sky in disbelief. To a true god, a lightning calamity was extremely terrifying. Every lightning calamity was fatal. Therefore, when a true god went through a lightning calamity, they would be extremely careful. They would only go through a lightning calamity after making sufficient preparations. Moreover, there would definitely not be a true god who would go through multiple lightning calamities. This was because the terror of a lightning calamity stacked together was not as simple as 1 + 1. It was absolutely terrifying. Now, Zhuowen went through 6 lightning calamities as soon as he came out. Wasn't that just courting death? Although Brother Yen knew that Zhuowen was indeed powerful, he also felt that this person was courting death. The others present were also shocked. Obviously, they also felt that Zhuowen's method was too dangerous and too bold. Brother Zhua, Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She first looked at the 6 lightning gates in the sky, then looked at the violent energy on Zhuowen's body. She could feel that the 3 lightning calamities that belonged to her were not targeted at her, but at Zhuowen. Chiyu, stay away for now. Wait for me to go through this lightning calamity, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Yun Chiyu's eyes reddened. Her heart was filled with gratitude. She knew that Zhuowen was helping her go through the lightning calamity. Ever since she was young, no one had ever treated her as well as Zhuowen. At this moment, she had the urge to cry. Stay away from me first, otherwise you will distract me. Seeing Yun Chiyu's sad expression, Zhuowen could vaguely guess what Yun Chiyu was thinking. He felt a headache coming on. The reason why he helped Yun Chiyu go through the lightning calamity was actually selfish. His heaven's thunder eye could rely on the lightning calamity to quickly accumulate the energy of the heavenly lightning. He took the lightning calamity for Yun Chiyu because he wanted to help his heaven's thunder eye accumulate more heavenly lightning. Of course, even if he had the heaven's thunder eye, facing 6 lightning calamities stacked together still made him feel pressured. Yun Chuyu did not insist. It was just as Zhuowen said. She was really hindering him from going through the lightning calamity by staying by Zhuowen's side. Is this guy crazy? Liang Dan, who was originally scared shitless by Brother Yen, forgot about his embarrassment as he stared blankly at Zhuowen, who was preparing to go through the lightning calamity. It's him? It's actually him. The charming woman standing beside Liang Dan trembled the moment she saw Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's attention was completely focused on the 6 lightning gates in the sky. Rumble! The 6 lightning gates opened at the same time. 6 terrifying lightning bolts descended from all directions with Zhuowen as the center and gathered towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his sleeve, 5 powerful devouring vortexes appeared beside him. The 5 devouring vortexes blocked 5 of the lightning bolts. The heaven's thunder eye released a powerful devouring power and swallowed the lightning bolt in front. The heaven's thunder eye's devouring speed was very fast. After swallowing that lightning bolt, it continued to surge towards the other 5 lightning bolts. Soon, the 5 lightning bolts were completely devoured by the heaven's thunder eye. At the same time, the 6 lightning gates released the second wave of lightning bolts. Zhuowen had absorbed so many calamity crystals that his strength was much stronger than before. In addition, the heaven's thunder eye could restrain the lightning calamity. Therefore, it was not particularly difficult for Zhuowen to deal with the next wave of lightning bolts. Wave after wave of lightning bolts descended. Although Zhuowen looked relaxed, the occasional black lightning bolt was able to create a huge crater when it landed on the ground. This showed how terrifying the lightning bolts were. After dealing with the 9th wave of lightning bolts, the lightning gates became much quieter. However, Zhuowen did not let down his guard. He had gone through a few lightning calamities and knew that there were 10 waves of lightning bolts brewing in the lightning gates. Of course, the 10th wave was also the most terrifying wave. The lightning gates brewed for a full 10 breaths of time before the 10th wave of lightning bolts finally descended. Each lightning gate had 10 lightning bolts descending. The 6 lightning gates had a total of 60 lightning bolts. Moreover, these 60 lightning bolts were not stationary. Instead, they intertwined and rotated at high speed, forming a terrifying lightning ball in the shape of a grid. The surface of the lightning ball was constantly flowing with lightning bolts. It was as if the slightest touch could completely cut all matter into pieces. Big Brother, Zhua, Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes were slightly red. She could feel that the lightning ball formed by the 10th wave of lightning calamity was extremely terrifying. I wonder if the heaven's thunder eye can withstand the 10th wave of lightning balls. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He could also feel the power of the falling lightning balls. Chapter 1998. Meeting Sequoia again. Zhuowen did not expect the heavenly thunder eye to leave his glabella. Unfortunately, the heavenly thunder eye was too fast. Zhuowen did not have time to catch it before it left Zhuowen's range. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The heavenly thunder eye dove into the ball of lightning and exploded with the sound of thunder. The falling ball of lightning was instantly annihilated, while the heavenly thunder eye flew out unscathed and returned to Zhuowen's glabella. Zhuowen checked with his divine sense, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the number of bolts of lightning in the heavenly thunder eye had increased from 2 to 20. This was a 10-fold increase. With so many bolts of lightning, if Zhuowen met Lei Qi again, he would not be in such a sorry state like last time. Of course, it was still wishful thinking to use these bolts of lightning to fight Lei Qi. After all, The difference between Zhuowen and Lei Qi was not small. It passed. Big brother Zhua is amazing, Yun Qiu exclaimed in surprise. As for Brother Yen and the others in front of the gate, they were all stunned. They looked at Zhuowen as if he was a monster. At this moment, Zhuowen was satisfied. The heavenly Thunder Eye's power had increased greatly, which meant that his trump card had become much stronger. Naturally, he was happy. Sir, Zhuowen brought Yun Qiu to the front of the doorpost. Brother Yen immediately led the 8 black-robed cultivators to welcome them and spoke in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded, and then he glanced at Liang Dan and the female cultivator behind him. Zhuowen especially glanced at the female cultivator, and then he calmly turned his head away. The charming female cultivator's face was pale. She knew that Zhuowen was pretending not to know her, thinking of all the things that had happened between her and Zhuowen. The female cultivator felt uncomfortable. She did not expect Zhuowen to become so strong that she could only look up to him. Seeing that your harvest has been good recently, I'll be merciful this time and only take half of it. Zhuowen smirked and spread his right hand as he spoke to Brother Yen and the others. My lord, this. Brother Yan's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't dare to express it. What? You collect disaster crystals from others, so why can't I collect protection fees from you? Zhuowen's voice gradually turned cold. The source of the disaster crystals in the hands of Brother Yen and the others was not legitimate. Therefore, Zhuowen did not have any psychological burden to take the disaster crystals from them. Brother Yen sighed and could only obediently hand over 50% of the disaster crystals on him. The other 8 naturally did not dare to disobey. Looking at the 240 disaster crystals in the storage bag, Zhuowen raised his brows. He was pleasantly surprised by the harvest of Brother Yen and the others. Recently, Zhongyu opened up the trial grounds to the 4 main regions, so there are a lot of newcomers here. Brother Yen explained carefully. After putting away the calamity crystal, Zhuowen led Yun Qiu into the doorway. Zhuowen. Suddenly, the charming female cultivator said. Zhuowen stopped and looked expressionlessly at the female cultivator behind him. Yun Qiu also felt that Zhuowen was acting strangely. Her beautiful eyes slightly frowned as she looked at the charming female cultivator behind her. She curled her lips but did not say anything. Miss Hongshan, what's the matter? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Zhuowen naturally knew this charming female cultivator. She was Hongshan from the Brahma Fiend Star Jianghong Trading Company and Wu Han's granddaughter. Back when Zhuowen was being chased by Lei Qi's 5 subordinates, he happened to run into Wu Han and Hongshan. Wu Han coveted Zhuowen's fire spirit juice and profound yellow or vein, and did not hold back at all. Zhuowen's good impression of Hongshan had long since disappeared, although Zhuowen knew that Hongshan could also participate in the interstellar tournament. He did not expect to run into her here. It was quite a coincidence. Hongshan's pretty face paled. She could feel the coldness in Zhuowen's voice. She lowered her head and said, Zhuowen, I let you down back then. I didn't know that grandfather would deal with you. I only said that you had a lot of potential and needed to be roped in, but I didn't expect. Zhuowen shook his head and said, You don't need to say any more. What's done is done. I don't want to ask about your matters. Let's leave it at that. After saying this, Zhuowen said to Brother Yen, If the 2 of them want to go in, you don't need to stop them. After saying this, Zhuowen completely disappeared from the doorway with Yun Qiu. Hongshan stood there in a daze. She felt a lump in her throat, but she stubbornly refused to cry. Miss Hongshan, I didn't expect you to know such a capable person. I really misjudged you. Liang Dan hurriedly moved in front of Hongshan, a trace of reverence in his voice. Liang Dan and Hongshan had met in the canyon. Liang Dan had been stunned when he saw Hongshan and had walked together with her. In his heart, he had already decided that she would be his future companion. Liang Dan had also heard from Hongshan that she was only the granddaughter of the president of the Jianghong Trading Company on the Brahma Fiend planet. Liang Dan had also heard that the president of the Jianghong Trading Company, Wu Han, had been seriously injured and had been uprooted by the Dazzling Light Trading Company and the Long Rainbow Trading Company. Wu Han had even been killed by the two presidents. From then on, the Jianghong Trading Company had completely disappeared from the Brahma Fiend planet. Hongshan had been lucky enough to be teleported away by Wu Han and had entered the trial grounds to avoid being hunted down. Hongshan knew of Liang Dan's background, which was why she had acted together with him. Now, Hongshan was alone and had no one to rely on. The Jianghong Trading Company had been uprooted, and the Long Rainbow Trading Company and the Dazzling Light Trading Company were eyeing her covetously. She was very clear that if she couldn't find a strong pillar of support, even if she didn't die in the trial grounds, she wouldn't be able to live for long. The Long Rainbow Trading Company and the Dazzling Light Trading Company wouldn't let her go. Hongshan forced a smile and said, "Senior brother Liang is too polite. Zhuowen and I have only met once. We can't be considered good friends. The two of you, since the Lord has spoken, why aren't you getting in? Don't tell me. You don't want to go in?" Big brother, Yen was suppressing a fire in his heart. Seeing Liang Dan prattling on and on, Big brother, Yen was unusually irritated and couldn't help but speak coldly. "AI will go in now." Liang Dan had long since lost his previous arrogance and hurriedly pulled Hongshan into the doorway. After entering the doorway, golden ripples spread out in front of them. Misty fog surrounded them. These golden ripples are specifically targeted at the spirit. Zhuowen raised an eyebrow and looked at the golden ripples around him in surprise. He discovered that the golden ripples were constantly pouring into his spirit, constantly hammering his spirit like an awl. However, Zhuowen's spirit was far more powerful than the average cultivator's. The golden ripples that poured into his spirit did not affect him at all. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the moment the golden ripples entered his spirit, they were constantly tempering his spirit. He could clearly sense that his spirit was slowly strengthening, but the rate of strengthening was much slower. Compared to the relaxed Zhuowen, Yun Qiu was not doing so well. Her face was ghastly pale as she bit down on her lower lip. It was as if she was enduring unimaginable pain. "Qiu, these golden ripples are very beneficial to the spirit. Once you endure it, your spirit and consciousness will become much stronger," Zhuowen said softly. Hearing this, Yun Qiu's eyes flashed. She nodded gently and began to endure the pain of the golden ripples invading her spirit. She also attempted to use the golden ripples to temper her spirit. Just as Zhuowen said, her spirit had indeed grown by leaps and bounds. The two of them continued to walk until they finally reached the end of the passageway. The fog dispersed. What appeared in front of Zhuowen and Yun Qiu was an incomparably large hall. Surrounding the hall was a vast expanse of rocky ground, and the rocky ground was surrounded by rolling fog. The rocky ground was densely packed with cultivators. Some of these cultivators were sitting cross-legged, silently cultivating. Others were shouting and fighting. It was extremely noisy. Moreover, these fights were not over the top. Bloodshed and even deaths would often occur. Zhuowen discovered that there was no one around the cultivators sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was extremely spacious. Many of the surrounding cultivators looked at the cultivators sitting cross-legged with reverence in their eyes. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the large hall in front of him. He discovered that the golden ripples here were even more intense. The closer he got to the large hall, the more intense the golden ripples became. Suddenly, Yun Chiyu, who was beside Zhuowen, exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Zhuowen, it seems like I can extend my consciousness." Zhuowen looked at Yun Chiyu beside him and discovered that Yun Chiyu's consciousness could indeed be extended. Although it could only extend a few inches, it was still much better than not being able to extend her consciousness. "Chiyu, congratulations," Zhuowen said with a smile. Yun Chiyu smiled sweetly and immediately looked around. She asked doubtfully, "Is this the trial ground? There are so many people. Also, what is that large hall?" "Let's go and ask," Zhuowen said with a smile. "Brother, is this the first level of the trial ground? Also, what's with that large hall?" As he spoke, Zhuowen casually stopped a cultivator passing by and asked with a smile. The cultivator was slightly displeased. He looked at Zhuowen from head to toe and said snappily, "I can tell at a glance that you're a rookie who doesn't know anything. You're probably a cultivator from the other 4 regions who came to participate in the interstellar tournament, right?" Zhuowen smiled and nodded. He did not mind this person's unfriendly attitude at all. Seeing that Zhuowen's attitude was good, the person's expression eased a little. He continued, "In the trial ground, consciousness is more important than cultivation, especially in a place where consciousness is suppressed. The stronger one's consciousness is, the stronger one's strength will be." The trial ground is divided into a total of 18 levels. There is one on every level of this large hall. Only by passing the trial in this large hall can one enter the next level. Zhuowen nodded and immediately looked at the cultivators around him, who were eager to give it a try, but did not enter the large hall. He asked doubtfully, "If that's the case, why don't these cultivators outside enter the trial ground?" The cultivator shook his head and said, "The trial ground is not that simple. These people outside are all people who did not pass the trial ground. However, they are unwilling to stay on the first level, so they continue to cultivate, hoping to increase their strength and enter the second level." Chapter 1999. So Kwajwan was startled, and then his gaze fell on the cultivators sitting cross-legged in front of the hall. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that these cultivators were sitting cross-legged, blocking the entrance of the hall. "I heard that there are a lot of disaster crystals in the trial ground. You can cultivate on the first floor, right? When the time comes, you can also pay the disaster crystals to enter the hall, right?" Zhuowen asked. The person shook his head and said, "The first floor is the place with the most cultivators in the trial ground. It's very chaotic here, and if you're not strong enough, even if you have the disaster crystals, you can't protect yourself. When I first came in, I also had some disaster crystals, but I was targeted by others. I see that you're also a newcomer, right? You'd better not reveal the disaster crystals on you. Otherwise, if you're targeted by others, I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid a beating, and your life might even be in danger." Zhuowen nodded, somewhat surprised by this person's kind reminder. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took out 5 disaster crystals and secretly stuffed them to this person, saying, "Thank you for your explanation, brother. This is the reward. Take it." At first, this person was a little confused, but when he took a look, it was actually 5 disaster crystals, and he almost cried out in surprise. He thought of something and immediately put away the disaster crystals and looked around vigilantly. Then he whispered to Zhuowen, "Thank you, brother." "It's fine, you deserve it." Zhuowen smiled and waved his hand. The cultivator in front of him could not release his divine sense, so he could not use his spirit ring and could only hide his disaster crystals in his sleeve. After speaking, Zhuowen brought Yun Chiyu and walked towards the hall. This cultivator naturally saw Zhuowen's actions and saw that he was walking towards the hall. His eyes were filled with shock, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to stop him. Unfortunately, Zhuowen turned a deaf ear. Deng deng deng. The sound of footsteps slowly sounded, and Zhuowen walked straight towards the hall. He deliberately spread the sound of his footsteps with his divine power. At this moment, the cultivators on the rocky ground all quieted down, and they stared straight at the young man walking towards the hall. In front of the main hall, the 5 cultivators slowly opened their eyes and calmly looked at the approaching Zhuowen. "You want to enter the main hall to train?" The blue-robed cultivator in the lead asked calmly. "Yes," Zhuowen said. 100 disaster crystals per person, or scram." The blue-robed cultivator said indifferently. Zhuowen did not mind, but continued. "I heard that this hall has been reserved by you guys. I remember that this training ground doesn't belong to you, right? What qualifications do you have to reserve this hall for everyone to train in, and even shamelessly ask for such a sky-high price?" As soon as he said this, the rocky ground became even more silent. Many cultivators looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. The cultivator, who had been gifted the disaster crystal by Zhuowen, had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so courageous, to actually dare to challenge those 5 cultivators. Those 5 were the strongest cultivators on the first floor, and all of them were existences that had cultivated out divine sense. "How dare you say such words? Today, I will teach you a lesson and let you know that there are some people you are not qualified to offend." The blue-robed cultivator's eyes were cold, and with a wave of his sleeve, a blue long sword appeared in his hand. His powerful divine sense wrapped around the blue long sword, and it turned into a blue light directly stabbing towards Zhuowen's vital point. In the first floor, there were very few people who could cultivate divine sense. This blue-robed cultivator was definitely one of the best on the first floor. Moreover, Zhuowen found that this person's divine sense was stronger than Brother Yan's, and it was actually about 7 meters long. Thinking of Brother Yan's lonely look when he mentioned the first floor, Brother Yan was probably driven out by these 5 people. "This person is dead. He dared to offend Zhou." Many of the surrounding cultivators sneered at the sight of the aqua-blue longsword flying out. Zhou was able to stir up trouble here, so he naturally had a strong foundation and capital. Back then, Zhou had killed many cultivators here, which won him a great reputation. Sigh. The cultivator, who had been gifted the disaster crystal by Zhuowen, turned pale and sighed in his heart. He knew that Zhuowen was doomed. Unfortunately, the aqua-blue longsword had just arrived in front of Zhuo when it suddenly came to a halt. The longsword that had stopped suddenly changed direction and swept towards Zhou. What's going on? Zhou was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the incoming aqua-blue sword, his divine sense pouring out of his divine soul in an attempt to block the oncoming sword. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to control it, the long sword did not listen to his command and resolutely stabbed towards his vital point. Puchi, Zhou's head was cut off, fell to the ground, and rolled a few times. The entire rocky ground fell into silence. This scene was too strange. The sword that should have been charging towards Zhuo had changed direction at the last moment and killed its master, Zhou. The 4 cultivators sitting cross-legged behind Zhou were shocked. They all stood up and looked at Zhuowen in shock. They were not stupid. They knew that Zhou's death was definitely related to the young man in front of them. Zhuowen slowly walked to Zhou's corpse, squatted down, and took off his spirit ring. After checking it, he found that there were a lot of disaster crystal stones in the spirit ring, more than 500 of them. If there is anyone who dares to stand in the toilet without taking a shit, then don't blame me, Zhuowen, for being impolite. After saying that, Zhuowen stared coldly at the other four cultivators, causing them to tremble all over. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhuowen. Since this hall is a trial ground and the place to enter the second floor, everyone can enter and leave at will. As for those who charge a fee to enter, they deserve to die. After saying that, the aqua blue long sword turned into a blue line and quickly pierced through the necks of the four cultivators. Then, for more corpses appeared on the ground. After doing this, Zhuowen brought Yun Qiyu into the hall. After a brief moment of sluggishness, the rocky ground cheered and swarmed into the hall. They had wanted to enter the hall for a long time, but unfortunately, Zhou group of 5 had always occupied the best position in the hall because they had cultivated their divine sense first. If they wanted to enter the trial ground, they had to pay 100 disaster crystal stones. In the first floor of the trial ground, it was too difficult to obtain 100 disaster crystal stones. Now, Zhuowen had killed Zhou's group of 5 and abolished the fee system. How could they not be happy? How could they not be excited? Some people even shouted Zhuowen's name. Not long after Zhuowen entered the hall, a group of people rushed in behind him. Fortunately, the interior of the hall was very spacious, and these people did not dare to run in front of Zhuowen, so they did not hinder Zhuowen. Master Zhuo. Suddenly, a respectful voice came from beside Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen found that the cultivator he had asked before had walked to his side, his face full of caution. "It's you. Do you know how the trial is conducted in this hall?" Zhuowen smiled slightly, but his gaze fell on the 2 doors in front of the hall. He found that one of the doors was covered with a powerful restriction array, while the other door did not have any restrictions at all. "Oh, Master Zhuo, it's like this. These 2 doors represent 2 different trial methods." Hearing Zhuowen's question, the person said enthusiastically, "The door with restrictions is the most direct trial. As long as your divine sense is strong enough, you can directly break it and then directly enter the second floor. As for the door without restrictions, there is a black iron door with strange numbers on it. It is said that as long as you solve the strange numbers, the black iron door will open and automatically let you enter the second floor." Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and said, "There are 2 options. Which one do you choose?" "The door with restrictions, because it is the fastest. Generally, cultivators with strength will choose this one. As for the second one, it is reserved for cultivators who are not strong enough." The cultivator said respectfully, "I see. Then I will try the door with restrictions first." Zhuowen nodded, and then he walked over to the entrance that was covered in restrictions. Zhuowen's divine sense was far superior to all the cultivators here. When he came to the door, he could feel that the restrictions on the door were extraordinary, but to him it should not be too much of an obstacle. Zhuowen's actions naturally attracted the attention of all the cultivators. Zhou was killed by this person, which showed that this person's divine sense was very strong and could possibly enter the second floor. Crack! Zhuowen's divine sense transformed into a palm and fiercely slammed into the restriction, shattering it. As expected, he is really strong. Zhou is strong enough, but he can't break the restriction on the door, but this person broke it so easily. Aren't you F***king talking nonsense? Didn't you see that this master killed Zhou in an instant? If this master can't break the restriction on the door, then we can forget about it. Sounds of discussion gradually rose. Everyone did not find it strange that Zhuowen was able to shatter the restriction on the door. "Qiyu, go in," Zhuowen said to Yun Qiyu. Brother Zhuo, Yun Qiyu was a little surprised. Zhuowen said with a smile, "Don't worry. Since I can break this restriction once, I can naturally break it a second time. Don't you want to avenge your father? If you stay on the first floor like this, I'm afraid you won't even pass the first round." Hearing this, Yun Qiyu did not hesitate and walked through the door. Zhuowen was right. She still had a blood feud on her shoulders. If she stayed on the first floor, it was very likely that she would be eliminated. If she lost the opportunity to enter this trial ground, it would be very difficult for her to have such a chance to advance so quickly again. After Yun Qiu entered, another restriction appeared on the door, isolating Zhuowen outside. Clearly, only one person could enter the door. Zhuowen did not care at all. Once again, he condensed a large palm with his divine sense and slammed it fiercely on the restriction. Puqi, however, what shocked Zhuowen was that the moment his divine sense palm slammed into the restriction, it immediately dissipated. Chapter 2000. The 10th floor Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he stared fixedly at the restriction gate in front of him. This restriction gate was too strange. Its aura was clearly the same as before, but his divine sense was actually repelled. Lord Zhua, perhaps you don't know? That restrictive door can only be broken by the same person once. It's basically impossible to break it a second time. Instead, you'll suffer a backlash from the palace's power. The cultivator trembled as he spoke, but his heart was filled with sighs. In fact, he should have told Zhuowen about this earlier, but he had not thought of it before. He also did not expect that Zhuowen would actually let Yin Qiu go in first. Was this not causing him trouble? The surrounding people also revealed a trace of pity. Clearly, they did not expect that Zhuowen would give this opportunity to the veiled woman. Are there no other opportunities? Zhuowen was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such a rule here. However, after giving it some thought, he felt relieved. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that those powerful cultivators could let in as many people as they wanted? This was clearly a violation of the rules of the trial grounds. There is, but you can't enter this door with restrictions. You need to enter another door. You need to solve the problem on the black iron door before you can enter. The cultivator said helplessly. I see. Then I'll give it a try. Zhuowen nodded, and then he entered another door. Everyone at the back looked at each other and followed behind Zhuowen. There were no restrictions on the door, so it couldn't stop them at all. Furthermore, they were also very curious as to whether or not the powerful young man in front of them would be able to pass through the door of wisdom after losing the opportunity to enter the second level through martial strength. Zhuowen looked at the huge black iron door in front of him and smiled bitterly. The black iron door was extremely thick. Others might not be able to see it, but he could see that the restriction patterns on the black iron door existed on the inside, and not on the outside. The restriction inside the black iron door was many times more advanced than the restriction on the other door. Zhuowen knew that the restriction within the black iron door should have been set up by a very powerful god formation master. Soon, Zhuowen's attention landed on the numbers on the iron door. When his gaze landed on the iron door, a hoarse voice rang out in his mind. There are 5 numbers here. Arrange the 5 numbers in a row. The first number must be adjacent to the second number, and the second number must be on the right of the first number. How many arrangements are there? You only have 10 breaths of time. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the numbers. The numbers were very strange. Zhuowen had never seen numbers like this before, and every number was different. However, when Zhuowen heard the voice, he was stunned for 2 seconds before a strange expression appeared on his face. This was because the problem that the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind was actually a problem of permutation and combination. Zhuowen was a university student in Huaxiao in his previous life. After many years of examination, especially mathematics, he was very familiar with the so-called permutation and combination. Although his results were very poor, he was very familiar with many mathematical formulas. In addition, Zhuowen's calculation ability was even more terrifying than a computer. Once he grasped the formula, the permutation question was not difficult at all. Of course, Zhuowen's main advantage was that he knew the formula. Other cultivators did not know the formula and could only count them one by one. This was very easy to make mistakes. Moreover, the voice only gave him 10 breaths of time. In such a short time, it was very difficult to find the correct answer. Zhuowen did not even think about it and said silently, 24. Creak. Just as Zhuowen finished answering, the black iron door in front of him slowly opened. It solved so quickly. Many of the cultivators behind Zhuowen were stunned on the spot. This scene was really shocking. Naturally, many cultivators had tried this door before, but all of them were wrong. Moreover, the problem was completely different every time they entered the door, so the solution was useless. Until the black iron door closed, many of the cultivators present were still in a daze. Could it be that this black iron door's problem has become easier? A cultivator did not believe it and came to the black iron door. After 10 breaths of time, the cultivator was fiercely pushed back by an invisible force and sat on the ground. Everyone was startled and realized that it was not that the problem had become easier, but that Zhuowen, who had entered, was not simple. After stepping through the black iron door, there was still a very long passage, and the passage was surrounded by a misty fog. Zhuowen's divine sense was strong enough, but it could not penetrate the surrounding fog. It's this golden ripple again. This golden ripple is much thicker than the first layer. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately sat cross-legged and guided the golden ripple into his divine soul. Moreover, Zhuowen felt that the absorption speed was too slow, so he used Devour's devouring power. Instantly, the golden ripple turned into a golden storm around him, constantly swirling and sweeping. Zhuowen's absorption speed became faster and faster, and the golden storm became more turbulent. The surrounding golden ripple also became less and less. Zhuowen sat there for a full 3 days, absorbing all the golden ripples in the area. With the help of the golden ripples, his divine sense improved by leaps and bounds. The range of his divine sense doubled, reaching 200 meters. Zhuowen's lips curled. He knew that the increase of his divine sense in this place was the increase of his strength. Naturally, he was very happy. Oh, it seems that the main body has completely recovered, Zhuowen exclaimed softly, then immediately summoned the white-clothed Zhuowen. The main body's clothes were whiter than snow, and there was not a speck of dust on them. The black-clothed Zhuowen gave all his equipment to the white-clothed Zhuowen. The main body hasn't passed the lightning disaster yet. Why don't you let the main body absorb some disaster crystals to pass the lightning disaster and directly become a 2-disaster true god? Zhuowen muttered. The main body had a human body, and he had planned to let the main body reach the void sky realm quickly. After all, the main body had the help of the illusory heavenly bridge. It would be much easier for the main body to reach the void sky realm compared to Devour. As for Devour, he planned to let him become an extreme grade true god, so he wasn't in a hurry to pass the lightning disaster. After all, he didn't have many disaster crystals. Moreover, as the number of lightning disasters increased, Zhuowen realized that the number of disaster crystals he needed was also increasing. The number of disaster crystals he had wasn't enough for the black-clothed Zhuowen's 6th lightning disaster to approach. Thus, Zhuowen simply let the main body absorb the remaining disaster crystals. Zhuowen stayed here for another 5 days. His main body squandered all the calamity crystals on him, and even absorbed all the calamity crystal cores he took out from Gaylord's body. What surprised Zhuowen was that the energy within the disaster crystal nucleus was much denser than the disaster crystals. Zhuowen estimated that 1 disaster crystal nucleus was equivalent to 1,000 disaster crystals. Originally, Zhuowen had 500 disaster crystals and 1 disaster crystal nucleus. His main body's aura had reached the peak of the first disaster true god realm. Moreover, he had accumulated 10 lightning disasters. If I had known that the energy within the disaster crystal nucleus was so dense, I would have let the black-clothed Zhuowen absorb it. The white-clothed Zhuowen slowly stood up and looked at the 10 lightning gates in the sky. His gaze was grave. The main body had a human body, so the requirement for disaster crystals wasn't as abnormal as the black-clothed Zhuowens. 500 disaster crystals, and 1 disaster crystal nucleus had allowed the main body to attract 10 lightning disasters. These 10 lightning disasters should be dealt with slowly. Perhaps there will be a need later. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. The might of the 10 lightning gates was very terrifying. If he were to fight against an enemy, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Zhuowen didn't want to go through the lightning disaster right now. Thinking of this, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and used Formless to conceal his aura. The 10 lightning gates in the sky couldn't sense Zhuowen's aura and immediately collapsed. Of course, this collapse was only temporary. Once Zhuowen started fighting, his aura would definitely be exposed. At that time, the lightning gates would appear again. Because Zhuowen possessed the heavenly lightning eye, he wasn't afraid of lightning disasters. However, once the main body advanced to the first disaster true god realm, Zhuowen wouldn't have such strong resistance to fire. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to advance to the first disaster true god realm. It's time to go. Zhuowen slowly walked out of the passage. After he walked out of the exit, he discovered that he was in a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the center of the lake, there was a large hall. He knew that this was the second level of the training ground. There was no doubt that the number of people on the second level was much fewer than on the first level. However, it was still crowded. Moreover, on the second level, there were many cultivators who had cultivated divine consciousness. It was also much more orderly than on the first level. Moreover, no one stopped people from entering the large hall to train on the second level. Zhuowen found Yun Qiyu, who was anxiously waiting near the large hall. Yun Qiyu had obviously also benefited from the golden ripples. Her divine consciousness could already reach about 10 meters. The large hall on the second level had the same structure as on the first level. It was also divided into 2 large doors. One door was for martial strength, and the other was for intelligence. Just like the last time, Zhuowen used his divine consciousness to destroy the door of the martial strength stage and sent Yun Qiyu in. Meanwhile, he entered the intelligence stage. After that, Zhuowen and Yun Qiyu went up level by level without a hitch. Soon, they arrived at the 10th level. Zhuowen's divine consciousness had also been greatly improved. It could now reach 2,000 meters, while Yun Qiyu's divine consciousness had reached 100 meters. Moreover, the cultivators on the 10th level were all extraordinary. None of them had a divine consciousness range of less than 100 meters. Big brother Zhua, I don't plan to go any further. After entering the 10th level, I think I can enter the second round of the interstellar tournament. My results will definitely be good. I've troubled you along the way, Yun Qiyu said, sincerely. Zhuowen stopped and looked at Yun Qiyu. After seeing that she was serious, he nodded and said, Qiyu, you can cultivate on the 10th level from now on. There's still a lot of time. Moreover, there are many calamity crystals on the 10th level. With your current divine consciousness strength, it won't be a problem for you to become a true god 2 disasters. You can even become a true god 3 disasters before you leave. Yun Qiyu nodded and said softly, Big brother Zhua, I know that you are very strong and that you will continue to advance. I heard from others that the trial grounds will become very frightening after the 10th level. You must be careful. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Chapter 2001. Mo Fan. Although there weren't many people on the 10th floor, there were at least tens of thousands of them. There were actually 3 doors in the hall on the 10th floor. 2 of them were the entrance to the Martial Force and Intelligence Force, while the 3rd door was the exit. Zhuowen noticed that the 3rd door often flashed with white light, and each white light was one or several cultivators. Most of the cultivators who came out of the 3rd door were in a sorry state. Puchi, another white light flashed, and then a cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The cultivator was bathed in blood, looking like a bloody man. It was an extremely miserable sight. Who has the Dragon King grass? Save me. I'm willing to exchange it for anything. I'm the eldest disciple of the Eastern Universe, Heavenly Devil Island, Mo Fan. Save me. This bloody man kept wriggling on the ground, and at the same time, he was trembling. His voice was intermittent, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. Heavenly Devil Island, it's useless even if you're Lord Brahma of the Middle Universe. Your identity in the outside world is worthless here. In the hall, a triangular-eyed cultivator walked over slowly with 5 other cultivators and stepped on this man's head. Lu Guang, you... Mo Fan's eyes were spitting fire. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, the triangular-eyed cultivator named Lu Guang stepped on his mouth and made him shut up. What kind of trash are you? The eldest disciple of the Heavenly Devil Island. The Heavenly Devil Island is trash. How can it compare to our demonic pearl sect? Lu Guang said with a mocking smile. The surrounding people were discussing, but no cultivator dared to step forward to stop them. The demonic pearl sect was not simple. It was also one of the top 10 sects in the star field and one of the 2 demonic sections. The other demonic sect was the Heavenly Devil Island. Moreover, the Heavenly Devil Island and the demonic pearl sect had a huge grudge. Zhuowen heard this from the surrounding people. It was said that the Devil Pearl sect's sect master was the Heavenly Devil Island's Island Master's Tao companion. The 2 of them got together despite the opposition. However, the Devil Pearl sect's sect master had purposely become Tao companions with the Heavenly Devil Island's Island Master in order to obtain the Island Master's trust, and then steal the Heavenly Devil Island's demonic book. With the loss of the demonic book, the Heavenly Devil Island suffered a great loss. Because of this, the Heavenly Devil Island and the Devil Pearl sect fought a great battle. In the end, both devil sects suffered great losses and sealed their sections. However, because the demonic pearl sect obtained the demonic book of Heavenly Demon Island, it quickly recovered. Moreover, its power grew stronger and stronger, showing signs of surpassing Heavenly Demon Island. It was precisely because of this grudge that the relationship between the 2 great devil sects could be said to be extremely bad. When the disciples of the 2 great devil sects met, they would fight at the slightest disagreement. Now that Mo Fan was heavily injured with the enmity between the Devil Pearl sect and the Heavenly Devil Island, it would be strange if Lu Guang let Mo Fan go. Many of the surrounding people pitied Mo Fan. They knew that Mo Fan would suffer a fate worse than death now that he had fallen into Lu Guang's hands. The embryo of the no-beginning Devil Gold is very excited. The moment Zhuowen's gaze fell on Mo Fan, he realized that the embryo of the no-beginning Devil Gold in his spirit ring was constantly jumping and screaming as if it had encountered something happy. The no-beginning Devil Gold should have sensed the aura of the Big Dipper Demon Fire. I'm afraid that Mo Fan has the Big Dipper Demon Fire on him, Xiao He suddenly said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he took another look at Mo Fan. Zhuowen naturally knew this Mo Fan. Back then, the most dazzling disciple of the Heavenly Devil Island was the witch Yushan. Mo Fan was standing beside Yushan back then, so it was impossible for him not to attract attention. Lu Guang, what do you want? If junior sister Yushan comes back, you will suffer, Mo Fan said in a deep voice. Lu Guang laughed and said, Mo Fan, are you still so naive? Do you really think that the map of the Devil Fall Valley that your heavenly Devil Island obtained is correct? You should have noticed that something is wrong, right? Your junior sister must be trapped in the Devil Fall Valley now. What? That map was purposely leaked to us by your Devil Pearl sect? Mo Fan's expression changed slightly. Lu Guang sneered and said, What do you think? The Devil Fall Valley is not that easy to enter. Our Devil Pearl sect doesn't have the map, but our senior brother Wei Shua is good at deduction. I think he should be able to find the correct path to enter the Devil Fall Valley. As for you guys, you are just cannon fodder for senior brother Wei Shua to explore the way. Mo Fan was furious, but unfortunately, he was powerless and was firmly suppressed by Lu Guang's right foot. Bang! Lu Guang kicked Mo Fan without hesitation. Mo Fan groaned in pain and arched his waist like a cooked prawn. Beat him up, beat him to death, but don't kill him. Just beat him until he's half dead. I still have some use for him later. After Lu Guang finished speaking, he took a few steps back. The 5 cultivators behind Lu Guang grinned maliciously as they punched and kicked Mo Fan. The 5 cultivators controlled their strength very well. Although they couldn't kill Mo Fan, they could make him feel more pain. Whoosh! However, just as the 5 of them were hitting Mo Fan with all their might, a gust of wind blew. Then, a figure quickly grabbed Mo Fan and rushed out of the hall. Who is it? Where do you think you're going? The figure was so fast that the 5 of them didn't even have time to react. However, Lu Guang noticed it immediately. His powerful divine sense surged out and turned into an invisible palm that grabbed at the figure. Boom! Unfortunately, an even more powerful spiritual sense blasted over, causing the invisible palm to immediately disperse. Moreover, the figure had completely disappeared from the vicinity of the large hall. Chase! Lu Guang chased without hesitation. Unfortunately, Lu Guang quickly turned back with a gloomy look. After the figure rushed out of the hall, it spread out a pair of dragon wings, and its speed instantly doubled. It immediately escaped the range of Lu Guang's divine sense. In the sky above a mountain range, a shadow flashed past and landed at the foot of the mountain. Zhuowen put Mo Fan down and slowly folded the torch dragon wings on his back. Zhuowen had been cultivating the torch dragon 9-headed infant technique. Therefore, the baby dragon on the torch dragon wings had grown a lot. At least, it looked much better than before. The torch dragon wing's speed was also much faster than before. Lu Guang and the 5 cultivators beside him were not simple. Lu Guang's cultivation had probably reached the peak of the first step of the virtual sky realm. As for the 5 cultivators beside him, even the weakest one was at the virtual sky realm. Lu Guang's divine sense had reached about 1,800 meters, which wasn't too far away from Zhuowen's. In addition, with the help of the 5 cultivators, Lu Guang didn't dare to fight the 6 of them head-on. Therefore, he could only take Mo Fan by surprise. Fortunately, the divine sense here was limited, and his torch dragon wings were fast enough. Therefore, he could easily shake off Lu Guang. If they were in the outside world, with Lu Guang's powerful divine sense, it would be impossible for Zhuowen to shake him off so easily. It's you? Mo Fan opened his eyes and stared at Zhuowen. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You know me? Zhuowen asked curiously. Mo Fan shook his head and said, awkwardly, Junior Sister Yushan noticed you at Dongyu Square, so I met you once. Zhuowen nodded. He had noticed when Yushan noticed him, but he didn't care. He didn't expect Mo Fan to remember him. "Thank you for saving me, brother. May I know your name?" Mo Fan cupped his fists and asked sincerely. He knew that if Zhuowen hadn't helped him, he would have died without a doubt. Moreover, he would have been tortured to death. Zhuowen waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I'm Zhuowen. Brother Mo, you said before that if anyone could take out the Dragon King herb, you would exchange it with anything, right?" "You have the Dragon King herb?" Mo Fan asked in surprise. Zhuowen nodded and said, "I'm not that talented, but I did get a Dragon King herb by chance. However, I want something from you." The Dragon King herb was a level 7 divine herb. Even for Void Sky experts, it was extremely precious. Zhuowen had obtained a few withered Dragon King herbs in the Fiery Cloud region, but they were all saved by the Qian celestial soil. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was extremely grateful to the Qian celestial soil. Otherwise, those withered level 7 divine herbs would have been worthless to him. Brother Zhua, just say it. As long as I have it, I'll definitely exchange it with you," Mo Fan said hurriedly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered and said, "I need the Big Dipper demonic fire." Mo Fan's face froze and he frowned. "Big Dipper demonic fire? Brother Zhua, what do you want it for?" "If it's not convenient for Brother Mo, I won't force you," Zhuowen said indifferently. Mo Fan looked at his own condition and smiled bitterly. "Since Brother Zhua wants the Big Dipper demonic fire, I won't be stingy. However, I don't have much of it on me, and it was given to me by the island master." As he spoke, Mo Fan took out a transparent bottle. Inside the bottle, there was a palm-sized purplish-black flame. It was overflowing with demonic aura and looked extremely strange. "It's fine." Zhuowen waved his hand. After taking the bottle, he took out the Dragon King herb and gave it to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was ecstatic as he held the Dragon King herb in his hand. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands at Zhuowen. "Brother Zhua, thank you so much. You're my savior, and I won't dare to forget your kindness." Zhuowen waved his hand. His intentions were not pure. "Brother Mo, you should heal your injuries first. After you've recovered, I still have some things to ask you about." After Zhuowen spoke, he set up a concealment array around Mo Fan and walked out. Although Zhuowen did not have much contact with Mo Fan, he could tell from his words and actions that Mo Fan was an extremely principled person. Therefore, he was not afraid that Mo Fan would bite the hand that fed him after he had recovered. Moreover, even if Mo Fan bit the hand that fed him, Zhuowen was not afraid. He had many trump cards with him now. When the time came, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Looking at Zhuowen, who had walked out of the concealment array, Mo Fan was grateful. He was not a fool. How could he not understand Zhuowen's intentions? Chapter 2002, Devil Fall. Valley Zhuowen summoned the Thunderfire sword as he walked out of the array and asked, "Xiao He, is this enough Big Dipper demonic fire?" The reason why Zhuowen used the array was not only to reassure Mo Fan, but also to prevent Mo Fan from seeing the Thunderfire sword. After all, the Thunderfire sword was a divine weapon that could be used to refine weapons. It was hard for it not to attract Mo Fan's attention. Xiao He crossed his arms as he looked at the Big Dipper demonic fire in the bottle. He shook his head and said, "It's too little. This amount of Big Dipper demonic fire can only refine a portion of the embryos of the No beginning demonic gold sword." "How many can you refine?" Zhuowen asked. "I'm not sure. You can let me try," Xiao He said in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Okay, you can try first." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen handed the embryos of the No beginning demonic gold sword and the Big Dipper demonic fire to Xiao He. Xiao He took them and put them back into the spirit ring. Half a month later, Mo Fan walked out of the array. His face was rosy, and he was no longer as weak and pale as before. Ha ha, brother Zhua, it's all thanks to your Dragon King grass. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Mo Fan was refreshed, and he bowed deeply to Zhuowen as soon as he came out. His tone was full of gratitude. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Brother Mo, you're too polite. We're just taking what we need." Mo Fan said seriously, "Brother Zhua, you're too polite. Back then, I was seriously injured. With your strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for you to kill me. At that time, not only did you have the Big Dipper demonic fire, you could have taken everything I had. However, you didn't." Zhuowen looked at Mo Fan and nodded inwardly. Although Mo Fan was a demonic cultivator, he was also loyal. This made Zhuowen view Mo Fan in a new light. "Brother Mo, I heard about the Devil Fall Valley from Lu Guanzhong. What is that place? Also, why are there 3 gates on the 10th floor? What's the 3rd gate for?" Zhuowen did not want to continue arguing with Mo Fan about the Big Dipper demonic flames, so he changed the topic appropriately. This was also the question that Zhuowen wanted to ask the most. Mo Fan had a strange look in his eyes. Most disciples of the big forces in the star sector would have a good understanding of the trial grounds. However, Zhuowen seemed to be completely clueless. However, when he recalled that Zhuowen was a loose cultivator, Mo Fan felt relieved. "Brother Zhua, you may not know this, but the trial ground is divided into 18 levels. The first 10 levels are actually the basic trial. As long as you pass the trial in the main hall, you can enter the next level. But it's different after the 10th floor. Every floor after that is filled with many strange beasts. These strange beasts are native to the trial grounds and have terrifying strength. Even Void Sky cultivators can't guarantee that they won't die inside. However, the benefits after the 10th floor are extremely obvious. The golden ripples that train one's consciousness will become denser, allowing one's consciousness to become stronger and tougher. Its range will also be wider. Every floor after the 10th floor has a teleportation array. The teleportation array leads to the 3rd gate of the 10th floor. If you encounter danger in the following floors and can't move forward, you can use enough Calamity Crystal Cores to teleport back. I encountered danger in the Devil Fall Valley and was rescued by junior sister Yushan. I escaped and used the teleportation array to return to the 10th floor. I'm sure you know what happened after that. Brother Zhua, Mo Fan spoke tirelessly and gave a concise and thorough introduction of the trial grounds. Zhuowen also had a general understanding of the trial grounds. After the 10th floor, one would have to pass through floor after floor. Generally, those who could enter the 10th floor and beyond were mostly geniuses. Therefore, the trial grounds would give these geniuses a chance. If one encountered danger after the 10th floor, they could use the teleportation array to teleport back to the 10th floor. However, there was only one chance. Once a genius was teleported back to the 10th floor, they would lose their way to the 10th floor and beyond. In other words, after Mo Fan was teleported back, he could not continue forward. He could only stay on the 10th floor until the trial grounds time limit ended. It could be said that most of the geniuses left on the 10th floor were cultivators who had been teleported back and lost their only chance. As for Yun Qiyu, she was brought in by Zhuowen. Her strength was too weak, and it was very difficult for her to enter the 11th floor. Therefore, after entering the 10th floor, Yun Qiyu gave up on advancing and cultivated here. Which floor is the Devil Fall Valley on? Zhuowen asked. The Devil Fall Valley is on the 15th floor. It's an extremely dangerous area. Generally, cultivators who enter the 15th floor will not enter the Devilfall Valley. Instead, they will directly enter the entrance to the 16th floor, Mo Fan said with a bitter smile. Zhuowen did not answer. Instead, he quietly looked at Mo Fan. He was waiting for Mo Fan to reveal his purpose for entering the Devilfall Valley. Mo Fan's eyes flashed as he continued. It is said that the Devilfall Valley is the place where a demon Tao Almighty fell. According to the legends, this demon Tao Almighty was very terrifying. Back then, for some unknown reason, he went crazy and attacked the star field. He killed many experts from the 10 great sects and even killed several sect leaders. However, in the end, the ruler of the sky region, Lord Brahma, took action and forcefully suppressed this demon Tao Almighty. The place where the demon Tao Almighty fell was called the Devilfall Valley. Our heavenly demon island accidentally obtained a map. It is said to be the correct route to the Devilfall Valley. If we follow the route on the map, we will be able to find the demon Tao Almighty's cultivation method. We might even be able to obtain his inheritance. Unfortunately, that map is fake. Those bastards from the Demonic Pearl sect deliberately leaked it to our heavenly demon island. They are really despicable. My junior sister, she is still trapped in the Devilfall Valley. I hate it. Speaking until here, Mo Fan's veins were bulging and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Zhuowen was a little shocked. That demon Tao Almighty was too terrifying. He actually attacked the star field alone and heavily injured the 10 great sects. He even killed several sect leaders because of this. The sect leaders of the 10 great sects were all giants. It was said that their cultivators were terrifying existences who had reached at least the 6th or 7th steps of the void sky realm. Even so, several of these experts were killed by the demon Tao Almighty. It could be seen how powerful that demon Tao Almighty was. Mo Fan suddenly looked at Zhuowen and said hesitantly, "Brother Zhuowen, I have observed you before. Your divine sense is very powerful. It is even more powerful than Lu Guang and I. Moreover, I can see that you have just arrived at the 10th level. You haven't even entered the 10th floor yet, but your divine sense is already so strong. Once you enter, your divine sense will undergo a transformation. If you can enter the 15th floor, can you go to Devilfall Valley and ask my junior apprentice, Sister Yushan, for help?" Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Miss Yushan is a peerless genius of your heavenly demon island. She is very powerful. If even she is trapped in the Devilfall Valley, I am afraid that I am powerless." Mo Fan's face was bitter, but he still took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhuowen, saying, "Brother Zhuowen, this is the location of my junior sister. I also want to tell you that my junior sister has more Big Dipper demonic fire. Moreover, the Devilfall Valley also has Big Dipper demonic fire. If you change your mind, you can go to the place marked on the jade slip." Zhuowen calmly kept the jade slip and said in a deep voice, "Brother Mo, don't worry. If I really have the strength to spare, I will go to the Devilfall Valley to take a look." Mo Fan heaved a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "Brother Zhua, you should be planning to enter the 11th level. That Lu Guang Jian saved me and should be waiting for you in the main hall. This matter started because of me. Brother Zhuowen, follow behind me. After I deal with Lu Guang and the others, I will let you enter the main hall unimpeded." Zhuowen nodded silently and did not say anything. He silently followed behind Mo Fan. When the two of them arrived not far from the main hall, Zhuowen's consciousness deliberately scanned the surroundings, but he did not find Yun Chuyu. Previously, he had clearly asked Yun Chuyu to cultivate nearby. Now, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Could something have happened? When Mo Fan and Zhuowen arrived at the main hall, Many cultivators who were cultivating cross-legged around the main hall opened their eyes and looked at Mo Fan in surprise. Half a month ago, the news of Mo Fan being seriously injured and rescued had spread like wildfire. That Lu Guang had spent a lot of manpower and resources to search for Mo Fan and Zhuowen, but to no avail. Now that half a month had passed, these two people actually dared to take the initiative to come here. Were they planning to provoke that Lu Guang? Did you guys hear? Yesterday, Lord Lu Guang just took in a cultivation partner. Although that female cultivator's cultivation is not high, she is really beautiful. Really? Lord Lu Guang is a genius of the demonic pearl sect, one of the top 10 sections. It is that female cultivator's fortune to be chosen by him. Zhuowen's consciousness was powerful, so he immediately heard the conversation of the nearby cultivators. His gaze focused, and he had a bad premonition. He immediately rushed in front of the cultivator, who was talking, and asked in a deep voice, "What is the name of Lu Guang's cultivation partner?" The two cultivators looked at Zhuowen in surprise. However, when they felt the powerful consciousness on Zhuowen's body, their bodies trembled slightly, and they hurriedly said, I think her name is Yun Chiyu. She is indeed very beautiful. Where is Yun Chiyu now?" Zhuowen asked murderously. In the main hall. Ever since she was taken away by Lord Lu Guang, Yun Chiyu has not come out. The two cultivators trembled as they spoke. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. With a kick of his right foot, he flew toward the main hall. Mo Fan also saw Zhuowen's strange behavior. Just as he was about to say something to stop Zhuowen, he had already reached the main hall's door. At this moment, the main hall's door was tightly shut. Apparently, Lu Guang and the others had closed it. "It's you?" Outside the door, two cultivators stood guard with their heads held high. They were two of the 5 cultivators who followed Lu Guang. The two of them immediately recognized Zhuowen. Without thinking, they took out their divine artifacts and attacked Zhuowen. Zhuowen took out the glorious purple galaxy sword in his right hand and slashed out. A purple moon and a glorious sun rose behind him at the same time. The 5th move of the Tao destroying sword technique, sun and moon attack. Ah, my consciousness. Not long after the two of them took out their divine artifacts, they were cut in half by the glorious purple galaxy sword. The divine artifacts that were flying in the air immediately fell, and the two cultivators' divine souls were also greatly affected. Slash. Chapter 2003. Exploding void pill. There was no one in the main hall. Yun Chiyu had been casually thrown on the ground, and the veil on her face had long been removed, revealing her beautiful face. At this moment, Yun Chiyu's entire body was bound, and she could not move at all. "I've already given you 1 night to think about it. Have you made up your mind?" Lu Guang sat in the front seat, his gaze burning as he looked at the graceful Yun Chiyu. As a genius of the Devil Pearl sect, Lu Guang had seen many beautiful female cultivators, but they all paled in comparison to Yun Chiyu. Once, when his divine consciousness accidentally probed Yun Chiyu's face, he was shocked. Yesterday, he kidnapped her and forced her to become his cultivation partner. Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She did not expect Lu Guang to be so despicable as to kidnap her and force her to become his cultivation partner. "I'm sorry, but I'm already someone else's cultivation partner," Yun Chiyu said calmly. Lu Guang grinned and said, "So what? As long as you tell me who your cultivation partner is, I'll just kill him, and you can choose me as your cultivation partner." "You?" Yun Chiyu glared at Lu Guang angrily. "Ha! You're so charming even when you're angry. I've decided that you're my woman." Lu Guang laughed loudly. However, His smile quickly stiffened, and the originally tightly shut door was suddenly blasted open. Zhuowen slowly walked in and immediately saw Yun Qiyu, who was bound to the ground. He then looked at Lu Guang with murderous intent in his eyes. "It's you. I didn't expect you to dare to come back. You're courting death." Lu Guang suddenly stood up, took out a giant axe, and swung it at Lu Guang. Zhuowen stomped his right foot and retreated from the main hall. Yun Qiyu was still inside. If they were to fight here, it was inevitable that Yun Qiyu would be affected. "Where do you think you're going? Die." Lu Guang snorted coldly and immediately chased after Zhuowen. Under the control of his divine consciousness, the giant axe immediately swung at Zhuowen. At the same time, the other three people in the main hall followed Lu Guang and took out their respective divine artifacts. Unfortunately, the moment the three of them came out, they were intercepted by Mo Fan. "Mo Fan, you actually recovered so quickly?" Lu Guang stared coldly at Mo Fan, who was blocking the three of them. Mo Fan completely ignored Lu Guang. With a wave of his right hand, he retrieved a demonic sword and slashed at the three people. In an instant, the three of them were suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe. Lu Guang was unable to restrain his anger. He activated his divine consciousness and wanted to turn around to deal with Mo Fan. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had already slashed out with his sword, fully displaying the characteristics of the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. Lu Guang's spiritual consciousness was indeed powerful, but under the glorious amethyst galaxy sword, it was just a slightly harder rope. Lu Guang did not care much about Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's aura was only at the peak of true God, one disaster. His consciousness would definitely not be that strong. Hence, when facing Zhuowen, he only threw the giant axe over and did not care much about it. Unfortunately, Lu Guang had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated Zhuowen. The moment Lu Guang's spiritual consciousness was completely cut off by the glorious amethyst galaxy sword, Lu Guang felt a sharp pain in his spiritual soul. The giant axe that had been thrown out trembled and stopped moving forward. As for Zhuowen, it was as though he had teleported. He swept to Lu Guang's side and slashed at his waist with the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. At that moment, a strong sense of danger rose in Lu Guang's mind. He roared, and the divine power in his body swelled and spread throughout his entire body. He wanted to take the blow head-on. Zhuowen's speed was too fast. He could not react in time to block the attack, and could only take it head-on. Bang! The sword slashed down and landed on Lu Guang's waist. Then, blood splattered. Lu Guang's waist was cut off by a third, and the glorious amethyst galaxy sword was stuck. Inner armor? Zhuowen looked at the dull inner armor on Lu Guang's waist, and his eyes narrowed. Originally, the sword was enough to kill Lu Guang. Unfortunately, the inner armor had blocked most of the power. "You're going to die." Lu Guang felt a heart-wrenching pain and roared. His powerful spiritual consciousness gushed out, and the giant axe that had been stopped smashed at the back of Zhuowen's head. Lu Guang held the glorious amethyst galaxy sword tightly to prevent Zhuowen from escaping. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. A golden light flashed out from between his eyebrows and quickly flew towards Lu Guang's forehead. At the same time, Zhuowen summoned 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold sword. They turned into a terrifying vortex of killing intent and slammed into Lu Guang's chest. The speed of the soul-assimilating divine needle was too fast. Moreover, Zhuowen and Lu Guang were so close to each other that Lu Guang was completely caught off guard. The soul-assimilating divine needle drilled into Lu Guang's spirit and began to wreak havoc within. Lu Guang screamed miserably. His spiritual soul was like an overturned river and was in a mess. At the same time, the 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold sword turned into a vortex of killing intent and slammed into Lu Guang's chest. Puchi. At this moment, Lu Guang's attention was focused on his sea of consciousness. How could he care about the vortex of killing intent that swept towards his chest? He was directly hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. His sternum caved in, and he looked extremely ferocious. At the same time, Lu Guang's giant axe also swung over. Zhuowen stomped his right foot and summoned the other 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold sword, blocking in front of him. Bang! The powerful force forced Zhuowen to retreat repeatedly. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some internal injuries. Lu Guang was an expert who had reached the peak of the void sky. Although this place was special, the power of the void sky could not be underestimated. Moreover, the giant axe stuck to the no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos, and its power became stronger and stronger. In the end, it broke through the defense of the no-beginning demonic gold sword embryos and smashed into Zhuowen's body. Puchi. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and no longer held back. He immediately summoned the remaining 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold sword. The 36 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold sword transformed into a huge whirlpool of killing intent. It was extremely terrifying and swept up the giant axe. Zhuowen fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Guang. This Lu Guang was not simple. Moreover, he was a genius disciple of the Devil Pearl sect. Since he had already offended him, he must be killed. When he thought up to here, Zhuowen stomped his right foot, and the killing intent vortex formed from the 36 embryos of the no-beginning devil gold followed him like a shadow. On the other hand, Zhuowen's glorious amethyst galaxy was ready to attack at any moment. "You're dead." Lu Guang suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately took out a talisman and crushed it. Then, Lu Guang's injuries immediately recovered. His aura continued to rise and become more and more terrifying, like a giant beast that had been unsealed. He actually used the void explosion pill. This Lu Guang wants to kill this person. When Lu Guang's aura became more and more turbulent, many cultivators revealed a look of horror. The void explosion pill, as the name implied, was a medicinal pill that could stimulate the potential of a void sky realm cultivator for a short period of time, allowing the user to obtain more powerful strength. The side effects of this medicinal pill were very big. After using it, the user would inevitably be weak for 3 months. Moreover, it would have a bad effect on their foundation, which would affect their future cultivation. Unless they were desperate, very few void sky realm cultivators would use it. Moreover, the void explosion pill was very precious. Most of the people who could possess this kind of medicinal pill were cultivators from big forces. But now that Lu Guang had used it, it was obvious that he was forced into a desperate situation by Zhuowen. Lu Guang's eyes were red. He was forced to use the void explosion pill. Moreover, his divine soul was stirred up and painful. Fortunately, his divine soul was strong enough to pull out the soul-absorbing god needle in time. Killing style, 18 axes. Lu Guang was like an angry tiger, rushing towards Zhuowen without any regard for his life. Zhuowen put away the soul-absorbing god needle. The killing intent whirlpool in front of him was not to be outdone. Bang! 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 The two of them collided heavily. The surrounding space became unstable and began to shake violently. Lu Guang brandished the giant axe again and again, vividly displaying the killing style 18 axes. A terrifying killing intent lingered around Lu Guang's body like a bloody mist, suppressing Zhuowen in one fell swoop. So strong, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Guang, who was crazily swinging the giant axe at him. His heart trembled. He didn't expect that Lu Guang, who used the void explosion pill, would become so terrifying. This strength was close to the strength of a void sky realm cultivator. Xiao He, have you refined the other 12 embryos of the No beginning Devil Gold Sword? Zhuowen quickly transmitted his voice. Almost, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's heart sank. Lu Guang's attack was too crazy, forcing Zhuowen to continuously retreat. Boom. Suddenly, Lu Guang's attack became stronger. Then, the killing intent whirlpool in front of Zhuowen was shattered, and the 36 embryos of the No beginning Devil Gold Sword were scattered. Die! Lu Guang's mouth was full of a sinister smile. His giant axe was like the wind, smashing towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He suddenly spread his torch dragon wings and immediately dodged the axe. You can't escape. Lu Guang sneered and chased after Zhuowen with his giant axe. Zhuowen ignored him and flew up into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 miles in an instant. Lu Guang didn't suspect anything and naturally followed closely behind. At this moment, everyone on the 10th floor was paying attention to the battle between Lu Guang and Zhuowen. Lu Guang was very famous on the 10th floor, and his strength was also in the upper echelons. Such a battle between experts naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Of course, they paid the most attention to Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was an unknown figure. Being able to force Lu Guang to such a state showed that he was extraordinary. After Mo Fan finished off the 3 cultivators, his gaze fell on the 2 people in the sky who were constantly chasing after each other. He followed without hesitation. Kid, you want to go through the lightning disaster? Xiao He suddenly asked. Yes. I don't believe that Lu Guang can withstand 10 stacked lightning disasters. After reaching a height of 10,000 miles, Zhuowen stopped and completely released his aura. In an instant, terrifying lightning gates appeared in the sky, with Zhuowen as the center. They formed a ring shape. Lu Guang had a sinister smile on his face. However, the moment he saw the 10 lightning gates that appeared around Zhuowen, his smile froze. He couldn't help but exclaim, 10 lightning gates, you actually stacked lightning disasters 10 times to go through it. Are you courting death? As he spoke, Lu Guang hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, Zhuowen spread his torch dragon wings and instantly flew to Lu Guang's side, bringing the 10 lightning gates with him. Chapter 2004. 10 lightning disasters, 10 lightning gates. Mo Fan stopped in midair and stared blankly at the ring-shaped lightning gates. His eyes were filled with shock. All the cultivators on the 10th floor were in an uproar. It was normal for a one calamity true god to undergo a lightning disaster, but it was abnormal for a true god to undergo 10 lightning disasters at once. Since ancient times, no one had dared to accumulate 10 lightning disasters at once. This was because the might of 10 lightning calamities stacked on top of each other was truly too terrifying. Even a void sky expert might not necessarily be able to withstand it. Is this person crazy? Who would stack 10 lightning disasters at once to undergo a lightning disaster? No matter how terrifying a one calamity true god is, he will be instantly killed by 10 lightning disasters. The uproar became more and more intense. Countless cultivators on the 10th floor were alarmed. Mo Fan sighed in his heart. He did not think that Zhuowen would be able to survive this lightning disaster. Even he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying lightning disaster. Whoosh! Mo Fan rushed into the main hall. With a wave of his sleeve, he released the shackles on Yun Chuyu. Mo Fan knew that the reason Zhuowen had rushed into the main hall so impulsively was probably because of this woman in front of him. When Mo Fan's gaze fell on Yun Chiyu's face, he was stunned. Yun Chiyu was indeed beautiful. How is Brother Zhua? Yun Chiyu immediately ran out of the main hall and looked around. Mo Fan sighed softly and pointed at the 10 lightning gates in the sky. Brother Zhua is in the lightning gates. What? Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes stared at the 10 lightning gates. Her delicate body trembled. She also recognized that these were 10 lightning disasters. However, Yun Chiyu quickly regained her composure. She immediately found a place to sit cross-legged and waited silently. She recalled the scene of Zhuowen helping her survive 6 lightning disasters. She also recalled Zhuowen's heavenly thunder eye. She believed that Zhuowen would not die in this lightning disaster. Time passed slowly. The lightning disaster in the sky lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Terrifying black lightning would occasionally escape from the 10 lightning gates, causing the other cultivators to be in a sorry state. This also caused the area where the lightning disaster was located to become extremely spacious. Rumble! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the 10 lightning gates in the sky. Then, a wretched figure fell from the sky to the ground. Bang! Everyone's gazes converged and discovered that the descending figure was actually Lu Guang. At this moment, Lu Guang's entire body was in tatters and charred black. His eyes were unfocused, and his aura was weak. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Guang was not far from death. 10 lightning calamities are indeed terrifying. Lu Guang is an existence who has reached the peak of the void sky realm, but he was actually beaten so badly by the lightning calamities. Everyone sighed one after another. They were extremely wary of the 10 lightning gates that had yet to disperse. Kacha! Suddenly, the 10 thunder gates shattered and countless strands of lightning scattered, forming countless black lines in the sky, like a woman's messy hair fluttering in the wind. There, a tall figure slowly walked out from the lightning arcs. There's someone else? That guy didn't die? The lightning gate collapsed. Many cultivators looked up at the sky and saw a figure surrounded by terrifying lightning. They all fell into a daze. Brother Zhua, Brother Zhua. Mo Fan looked at the figure in shock. Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes shone brightly. She believed that Zhuowen would definitely be fine. Bang! Zhuowen landed beside Lu Guang, who was motionless like a dead dog. Lu Guang seemed to have sensed something and raised his head with difficulty. He looked at Zhuowen's indifferent eyes and said bitterly, "The Devil Pearl sect will not let you go. Senior Brother Wei Shul will not let you go either." "Oh, are you done with your nonsense? Since you're done, you can go on your way." As Zhuowen spoke, the glorious amethyst galaxy sword turned into a purple light and pierced into Lu Guang's glabella, completely destroying his divine soul. Lu Guang was very unwilling. If it were not for the lightning calamity, he would definitely be able to kill this person. Moreover, what made Lu Guang even more incredulous was that this person did not feel any pressure at all when passing the lightning calamity. This was because the heavenly thunder eye between this person's glabella could completely suppress the lightning of the lightning calamity. "I'm already a true god of 2 calamities." Zhuowen felt that the energy in his body had increased, and he was quite happy. After advancing to a true god of 2 calamities, he finally knew how big the gap between a true god of 2 calamities and a true god of 1 calamity was. After killing Lu Guang, Zhuowen put away Lu Guang's spirit ring and casually checked it. His eyes immediately lit up with passion. Lu Guang's spirit ring contained many materials, divine stones, and divine herbs. Most importantly, there were more than 50 disaster crystal cores in Lu Guang's spirit ring. Each disaster crystal core was comparable to the crystal core in Gallo's body that Zhuowen had obtained previously. Moreover, some of them were of a higher quality. With so many disaster crystal cores, it was enough to raise the cultivation level of Zhuowen's original body to a true god of 3 calamities. The disaster crystal cores were not very useful to void sky cultivators, but to true gods, they were simply cheating devices that could quickly raise their cultivation level. The disaster crystal cores were definitely an unimaginable fortune. Looks like Lu Guang is the same as Mo Fan. They both teleported back from the 10th level and above. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have so many disaster crystal cores. Zhuowen thought to himself. Zhuowen knew very well that there were very few mutated beasts in the 10th level and above. Zhuowen had already noticed this when he was passing through. In addition to what Mo Fan had said about the situation above the 10th level, Lu Guang's disaster crystal cores could only have been obtained from trial grounds above the 10th level. Brother Zhua, you're really amazing. You even passed through 10 stacked lightning calamities. I admire you. Mo Fan gave him a thumbs up. Many of the surrounding cultivators looked at Zhuowen with fear in their eyes. Most of the people present were void sky cultivators, so Zhuowen's true god of 2 calamities was not conspicuous in front of them. However, Zhuowen was able to kill Lu Guang, an expert who had reached the peak of void sky. It was obvious that this person was not simple. Of course, in the hearts of many cultivators, this person was able to kill a void sky cultivator, mainly because he had the advantage of time, place, and people. In the outside world, they did not think that Zhuowen had the ability to kill a void sky cultivator. Big Brother Zhua, are you all right? Zhuowen waved his hand and immediately introduced him to Yun Chuyu. Chiyu, this is Brother Mo Fan, the eldest disciple of Heavenly Devil Island. Brother Mo, this is my friend. Her name is Yun Chuyu. Mo Fan hurriedly said, Greetings, junior sister Yun. Yun Chuyu bowed slightly, and her eyes dimmed slightly. Obviously, she was not particularly satisfied with the way Zhuowen had addressed her. Chuyu, take these 20 disaster crystal cores first. We still have a long time here. If you want to strengthen yourself, you must have these things. Zhuowen took out 20 disaster crystal cores and said with a smile. Yun Chuyu took the disaster crystal cores with a sweet smile on her face and softly acknowledged. Brother Mo, I'm going to enter the 11th floor. I'll leave Chuyu in your care. I hope that the previous incident will not happen again, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Mo Fan solemnly said, Brother Zhua, don't worry. With me here, I won't let junior sister Yun suffer. Zhuowen nodded and entered the main hall. He smashed the restriction on the door with a punch and stepped into the 11th floor. The golden ripples on the 11th floor's corridor were so dense that even Zhuowen was surprised. Zhuowen had been in the corridor for half a month. He had actually relied on the golden ripples to cultivate the celestial star meditation diagram to minor accomplishment. The starry sky of his spiritual space had finally given birth to a huge galaxy. This celestial star meditation diagram is extraordinary. The divine sense tempered by it is actually many times stronger than the divine sense cultivated by ordinary cultivation methods. Zhuowen stood up, his eyes flashing. He began to suspect that this celestial star meditation diagram was not a simple void heaven cultivation method. Moreover, Zhuowen knew that the 5 void heaven cultivation methods placed on the top floor of the scripture pavilion were specially arranged by Tai Ching. Zhuowen was quite grateful to Tai Ching for obtaining such a powerful cultivation method. At least Tai Ching kept his promise. The moment he entered the 11th floor, Zhuowen felt as if he had entered an ancient battlefield. This land was filled with smoke, broken walls, and mountains of corpses. Mo Fan said that above the 10th floor, there are dangers everywhere. If I want to rush to the next floor, I must have the courage to risk my life. Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he slowly walked around this battlefield. Roar! Suddenly, a low, beastly roar came from under his feet. Immediately, the soil under Zhuowen's feet cracked open, and a black shadow drilled out. Zhuowen took out the 36 embryos of the no-beginning demonic gold sword and formed a vortex of killing intent around him. Bang! The black shadow was instantly penetrated by the vortex of killing intent. With a wail, it crashed heavily into the ground not far away. Only then did Zhuowen notice that the shadow's true appearance was that of a pangolin with a blade on its back. At this moment, the pangolin's body was penetrated by the vortex of killing intent. Blood splattered everywhere as it lost all signs of life. Zhuowen came to the side of the pangolin and used the glorious purple galaxy divine sword to cut open the pangolin's belly and took out the calamity crystal nucleus. Roar, roar, roar. After Zhuowen removed the calamity crystal core of the pangolin, a series of roars came from underground. The roars were filled with mournful meaning. Boom, boom. Then, with Zhuowen as the center, the land within a radius of 100 li began to rise and fall like terrifying waves. Whoosh, whoosh. Black shadows emerged from below and instantly filled the space where Zhuowen was. They were so dense that they were like dark clouds, blocking his vision. That newcomer is finished. He didn't even know the rules of the 11th floor and killed a bladed beast. These are exotic beasts that live in groups. Once one of them is killed, it will attract an endless amount of bladed beasts. On a high slope 1,000 meters away from Zhuowen, 2 women watched this scene quietly and shook their heads. Originally, they planned to stop Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's actions were too fast. Before they could warn him, he had already killed the bladed beast. Now, they naturally didn't dare to make a sound. Once they did, they would attract the attention of the bladed beast horde. At that time, the 2 of them would suffer a calamity. Suddenly, the younger woman exclaimed, "Big Sister Exion, look, that newcomer doesn't seem to be affected at all." The mature and charming Big Sister Exion's beautiful eyes fell on the bladed beast horde, and she was stunned. In the middle of the beast horde, the newcomer was surrounded by black gold swords. These small black gold swords transformed into terrifying whirlpools of killing intent. Wherever they passed, the piercing beasts fell like rain. Is this guy really a newcomer? He's already so strong after just entering the 11th floor. Big Sister Exion was shocked. Chapter 2005. Tower of Babel. Zhuowen expressionlessly looked at the scattered bladed beasts, then slowly took out the calamity crystal cores from the corpses of the surrounding bladed beasts. Big Sister Exion, should we go up? There are so many bladed beasts. How many calamity crystal cores are there? The younger woman's eyes lit up. The charming woman called Big Sister Exion shook her head and said, "Little Bai, let's not act rashly. This newcomer is too strong. If we are discovered, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end well. Let's retreat." After saying that, the charming woman quietly retreated with Little Bai. "You 2 have been here for a long time. Are you planning to leave just like that? Aren't you going to tell me about the situation here?" An indifferent voice sounded, causing the 2 women to tremble. Then Big Sister Exion immediately pulled out her long blade and slashed behind her. The black-clothed Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and caught the long blade. Then, with a pinch, he threw it to the side. The 2 women in front of him weren't very strong. Even on the 10th floor, they were considered ordinary. This kind of attack was really insignificant to Zhuowen. Big Sister Exion's beautiful face turned pale, while Little Bai hid behind her, not daring to come out. "Don't be so afraid. You saw it too. There are too many mutant beast corpses. I can't handle it alone." Help me take out the calamity crystal cores. After saying that, Zhuowen slowly walked past Big Sister Xian. Big Sister Xian was stunned on the spot, hesitating. Big Sister Xian, this person wants us to help him get the calamity crystal cores. We? Little Bite quietly asked. Big Sister Xian frowned and said, "Follow him." The two women followed behind Zhuowen and silently collected the calamity crystal cores. During this time, the three of them were silent. 3 hours later, the three of them finally finished collecting all the calamity crystal cores. Zhuowen counted and found that he had collected 500 calamity crystal cores. However, the quality of these calamity crystal cores was much worse than the calamity crystal cores he obtained from Lu Guang's spirit ring. This should be related to the mutant beast strength. After all, the bladed beasts weren't very strong. They relied on their numbers to attack their enemies. Big Sister Xian and Little Bai obediently handed over the calamity crystal nucleus to Zhuowen, not daring to take it for themselves. Zhuowen took the storage bag and immediately took out 40 disaster crystal cores from it and handed them to the two women, saying, "Take these as a reward for helping me collect the disaster crystal cores." The two women obviously didn't expect that Zhuowen would give them a reward and were at a loss for a while. After receiving it, the two women's beautiful eyes lit up with joy, and they hurriedly thanked Zhuowen. "Are you also participating in the Grand Interstellar Tournament?" Zhuowen asked. During this period of time, Zhuowen also learned the names of the two women. The charming woman was called Chu Xian, and the younger one was called by Chui. The two women shook their heads. Chu Xian said, "We're loose cultivators from Zhongyu. We came here to seek opportunities and increase our strength. However, we're not strong enough, so we're stuck at the 11th level. You should be a newcomer participating in the Grand Interstellar Tournament, right? It's the first time I've seen a newcomer as strong as you. Not only did you not fear the bladed beasts, but you also killed them all." Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, "Then, do you too know where to go to the 12th level?" Chu Xian said, "Naturally. Big Brother Zhua, come with us. I'll take you there." After saying that, the group of three disappeared on the spot. The 11th level was indeed much more dangerous than the 10th level. Along the way, Zhuowen encountered too many strange beasts. However, Zhuowen relied on his powerful divine sense to avoid most of them. Those that couldn't avoid Zhuowen were killed by him. After Zhuowen's soul transformed into a nebula, his divine sense became even more powerful. The range of his divine sense in this place reached 5,000 meters, which was definitely a terrifying number. Chu Xian and Bai Chui were shocked by Zhuowen's strength and powerful divine sense along the way. If it weren't for Zhuowen, the two of them might not have been able to avoid danger. Soon, the three of them stopped at a huge basin. In the middle of the basin, there was a huge black tower that reached the sky. Zhuowen's divine sense had a range of 5,000 meters, but his divine sense couldn't find the end of the black tower. Many cultivators were gathered at the bottom of the basin. Zhuowen even saw a crude market there. Many cultivators were haggling over prices in the market. This is the heaven-reaching tower. It only appears on the 11th level because this tower directly leads to the 18th level. As long as your divine sense is strong enough, you can go through this heaven-reaching tower and directly reach the 18th level, Chu Xian explained. The 18th level. Someone went through this heaven-reaching tower and directly reached the 18th level? Zhuowen said in surprise. Chu Xian shook her head and said, "No, but some time ago, a genius climbed from the 11th level and directly reached the 17th level. This shocked all the cultivators in the vicinity of the heaven-reaching tower. This person is said to be Tong Chimei, the genius of the Northern U-Half Moon Hall. She is very young and definitely hasn't cultivated for more than 1,000 years. But to be able to reach the 17th level in one go, even I admire her from the bottom of my heart. Zhuowen was also shocked by Tong Chimei's strength. The trial ground had an age limit. Once one was over 3,000 years old, they weren't allowed to enter. Therefore, those who could enter the trial ground were mostly young, unlike those old fellows who had cultivated for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. This also made it difficult for these young cultivators to reach the higher levels of the trial ground. But there were also monstrous geniuses among them, and Tong Chimei was one of them. Zhuowen's divine sense was indeed stronger than most of the cultivators in the trial ground, but if he had to pass through this heaven-reaching tower and reach the 17th level in one go, he wouldn't be able to do it. Let's go in and take a look. Zhuowen said. Chu Xian was a little embarrassed. She shook her head and said, "Big brother Zhuo, you should go in, little Bai, and I can't go in yet." Zhuowen was startled and said, "What's wrong?" Chu Xian shook her head and said, "You don't have to worry about this. You go in first. As long as you pay a certain amount of calamity crystal nuclei, you can enter the heaven-reaching tower. As long as you can pass through the heaven-reaching tower and enter the next level, you will have the opportunity to cultivate on that level until you feel that you have the strength to attack the next level. Then you can continue to move forward. However, Big Brother Zhuo, you have to be careful of Xue Li in the heaven-reaching tower. That Xue Li likes to use his strength to bully the weak. Generally, Xue Li will make things difficult for cultivators below the Void Sky realm. You'd better go in and show your strength." Although Chu Xian's behavior was a little strange, Zhuowen could only nod his head. After bidding farewell to the two women, he entered the basin. "Big Sister Xian, this newcomer is very strong. Why don't you ask him for help? I think if it's Big Brother Zhuo, he should be able to help you," Bai Chui said in a deep voice. Chu Xian shook her head and said, "Xue Li is very strong. Moreover, Big Brother Zhuo, and we just met. I can't ask him to help us deal with Xue Li." Bai Chui nodded slightly and said, "Then let's leave this basin. Otherwise, if we are discovered by Xue Li, it would be terrible." Zhuowen looked at Chu Xian and Bai Chui disappearing outside the basin and narrowed his eyes. With his powerful divine sense, he naturally heard the conversation between the two women. Passing through the basin, Zhuowen looked around at the market square and found that the market square here was quite lively. Moreover, the market square here also used calamity crystal nuclei as the currency. Zhuowen didn't pay much attention to the market square here. Instead, he went straight to the bottom of the heaven-reaching tower. There weren't many cultivators coming and going in the heaven-reaching tower, which made Zhuowen feel very strange. Moreover, Zhuowen also found that when he came to the door, many cultivators passing by looked surprised and strange, even mixed with a trace of pity. A newcomer want to enter the heaven-reaching tower? A cultivator lazily leaned against the door and spread out his hand to Zhuowen and said, "The price of the heaven-reaching tower was originally 100 calamity crystal nuclei. You are a newcomer, so you have to increase it by 10 times. Hand it over. You're dead if you don't take out 10,000 calamity crystal nuclei. Now, you'll be a dead man in the next moment." The cultivator's words had just fallen when an even more lazy voice came. "Huh, what's that?" The cultivator's eyes fell on the thunderfire sword floating beside Zhuowen. On the hilt of the sword sat Xiao He lazily. "Slap your mouth. Impudent, you actually dare to say what this Dragon Master is," Xiao He said shamelessly. Zhuowen smiled in his heart. He stretched out his right hand and slapped the cultivator's face, knocking him to the ground. 1,000 calamity crystal nuclei Zhuowen couldn't take out even now. This was clearly a scam. Since Little Black had taken the initiative to come out, it was obvious that Little Black wanted to help him vent his anger. Therefore, Zhuwen followed Little Black's instructions. "Ouch, you dare to hit me? You're dead. You're finished." The cultivator covered his face and immediately took out his divine tool to attack Zhuwen. "Ouch, you can't even hand over 10,000 calamity crystal nuclei. Today, this dragon master will teach you how to be a proper person." Xiaohe sneered and immediately summoned the extreme fire sword. In an instant, it stood on the cultivator's divine tool and actually sent him flying. Then, the thunderfire sword pierced the cultivator's forehead and destroyed his divine soul. Plop! The cultivator fell to the ground, completely dead. The surrounding people collectively quieted down and looked at the man and the sword at the door in disbelief. Zhuwen's eyes gradually turned cold. Chu Xian was right. This Xue Li and his subordinates were people who used their strength to bully the weak. At the same time, they occupied Tong Tian Tower to steal the calamity crystal nuclei from other people's hands. Zhuwen was most unhappy with this kind of people. Before entering Tong Tian Tower, it seemed that he had to clean up the interior of Tong Tian Tower. Bang! 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 When Zhuwen and Xiaohe entered the bottom of Tong Tian Tower, waves of miserable screams came from inside. The cultivators outside looked on in fear, but no one dared to enter. Xue Li was a powerhouse who had ascended the void sky. Moreover, his divine sense had reached more than 2,000 meters, which was enough to dominate the 11th floor. Moreover, Xue Li was very good at handling people. When he met powerful cultivators, he would be respectful like a grandson. As for those cultivators with trashy strength, he would usually treat them as trash. As the saying goes, if there's a master, there must be a dog. Since the master was like this, Xue Li's subordinates were naturally not much better. However, many cultivators on the 11th floor were angry with Xue Li, but didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 2006. The Mighty Dragon Lord. It's Xue Li? Everyone's eyes fell on the young man nailed to the ground by the sword, causing an uproar. Bang! 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 At the same time, figures were thrown out of the Tower of Babel. They were all Xue Li's subordinates. Although they didn't die, their dantians were crushed by Zhuwen. If they wanted to recover, they would have to pay a high price. "You, who are you?" Xue Li was shocked and angry at the same time. Xiaohe sat on the sword's hilt, crossing his legs. He glanced at Xue Li and said happily, "You don't even know this Dragon Lord's name? What a country bumpkin." Xue Li's eyes narrowed. He stared at Xiaohe with fear and said in a low voice, "Who are you? You don't even know our Dragon Lord? You're so ignorant. Listen carefully. Our Dragon Lord is a noble member of the Dragon Clan. His strength is monstrous. How can a mortal like you understand?" The blood immortal sword appeared beside Xiaohe and said arrogantly. His tone was as if he was superior, and they were all mortals. The blood immortal's tone was very arrogant, which scared many cultivators around. Even Xue Li was stunned. The Dragon Clan was famous in the starry sky. They were one of the strongest clans in the starry sky. Whether it was bloodline or strength, they were far superior to the human clan. Although there were dragons in the heavenly armor continent, they weren't real dragons. They were just powerful primordial beasts. There was a big difference between them and the real Dragon Clan. In contrast to Devour, the Dragon Clan had a good reputation in the 8 heavens. The Dragon Clan represented nobility and strength. Many cultivators even worshipped them. Now, the weapon spirit of the blood immortal sword said that Xiaohe was a noble member of the Dragon Clan. This made many cultivators suspicious. The Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan hasn't appeared in the heaven realm for a long time. Could it really be the Dragon Clan? It's not possible. It's just Xiaohei. How does it look like a Dragon Clan? Lower your voice. This artifact spirit is not to be trifled with. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding cultivators. Even Shweli sneered and said, Dragon Clan? That's a high and mighty noble race. Do you think it's possible for you to do that? Little blood disciple, slap him 50 times. Xiaohei said calmly. The blood immortal let out a flattering laugh and immediately slapped Shweli in the face. She didn't hold back at all. How dare you question Master Dragon? Now, Master Dragon will show you my dragon aura. Blood immortal said arrogantly. Swish, swish. In an instant, numerous gazes landed on Xiaohei, who was seated on the sword hilt. Many of the surrounding cultivators began to stir. It had been a long time since the Dragon Clan had appeared in the Heaven Domain. These cultivators had only heard of the existence of the Dragon Clan in legends. Although Xiaohei didn't look like a Dragon Clan member, they still hoped that Xiaohei could really show off his dragon aura. Facing the gazes, Xiaohei stood proudly. His little tail was wagging around unconsciously, and he looked like he was lonely at the top. Dragon aura? Humph! Xiaohei sneered disdainfully. Could it be that this guy is really a Dragon Clan member? His aura is quite extraordinary. Everyone was shocked. They stared at Xiaohei, and they were surprised and doubtful. What's a mere dragon aura? Master Dragon will show his true form and let you all worship him. Xiaohei sneered again. His acting was as real as possible. Hiss! He's going to show his true form? This guy is serious. Maybe we really misunderstood him. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Even Shweli, who was nailed to the ground by the Thunderfire sword, was surprised and doubtful. He was obviously stunned by Xiaohei's aura. Master Dragon is mighty. His divine power is boundless. He is invincible and undefeatable. True gods and void gods are all trash. The blood immortal was a bootlicker. When Xiaohei was about to show off, she immediately flattered him shamelessly. Xiaohei took a deep breath and suddenly jumped up. An earth-shaking dragon roar suddenly resounded and spread across the entire sky. Everyone was shocked. This dragon roar was extremely powerful and deafening. It completely stunned everyone present. Then Xiaohei jumped up and turned into a black dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The black dragon had 3 pairs of dragon wings on its back. Its black and cold dragon scales were shining and reflecting a ferocious white light. A terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down. This pressure didn't have any real power, but it made all the cultivators feel as if they were facing a powerful superior. It was as if the huge black dragon floating in the sky was a supreme existence. This was the suppression of bloodline. It's actually the Dragon Clan. I didn't see it wrong. This dragon's aura is really powerful. Instantly, countless cultivators in the surroundings showed excitement and reverence. They raised their heads and looked at the huge black dragon that was hovering in the sky. How is this possible? Shweli spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with fear. The black-clothed Zhuowen silently stood at the entrance of the heaven-reaching tower. He looked at Xiaohei, who was still showing off, and sighed in his heart. This terrifying pressure wasn't released by Xiaohei. It was released by the black-clothed Zhuowen. After all, Devour was a powerful race in the starry sky. It was an existence that wasn't weaker than the Dragon Clan. Its pressure was enough to intimidate all the cultivators. The reason why Xiaohei did this was mainly to intimidate the cultivators on the 11th floor. These cultivators couldn't advance any further and didn't want to return to the 10th floor. That was why they gathered near the heaven-reaching tower. Shui Li being defeated by Zhuowen would inevitably cause these cultivators to crazily rush into the heaven-reaching tower. At that time, the situation would be difficult to control. Xiao He proposed this rotten idea. He wanted to use the gimmick of the Dragon Clan to intimidate everyone. I don't know if Xiao He's idea is good or bad. Zhuowen rubbed his head and said helplessly. The black dragon disappeared and turned back into Xiao He. The terrifying pressure also receded like the tide. Xiao He crossed his legs and sat on the sword hilt. He said to the surrounding cultivators, "Since you know that this dragon lord is from the Dragon Clan, don't you want to take out something to show your respect to this dragon lord? Of course, this dragon lord only needs refining materials. This dragon lord doesn't need anything else. I have black flame crystals here. I have red-white flashing rocks. I have..." Instantly, all the cultivators eagerly offered up all the refining materials they had on them. Xiao He didn't reject any of them. He put all the refining materials into his spirit ring and let the blood immortal keep them. Not bad, not bad. This dragon lord is very happy that you are able to give me so many materials. Xiao He said with satisfaction, "My lord, I heard that the Dragon Clan has a powerful talent called rain from the heavens. It is said that the rain from the heavens can remove the impurities and hidden diseases in a cultivator's body. It can also make a cultivator's aptitude close to perfection." Suddenly, an excited voice came from the crowd. Then, it received everyone's approval. "That's right. I've also heard that the dragon race has the innate ability of rain from the heavens. A long time ago, a great dragon god once sent down this kind of rain from the 8 heavens. Many cultivators were blessed by it." Cheers came from the crowd. Rain from the heavens? What is that?" Xiao He murmured. He looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, his voice was soft, so the people around him didn't hear it clearly. "Lord Dragon God, please give us rain from the heavens." Everyone was excited. They all knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. They even called him Lord Dragon God. "Dragon Lord, it seems like we have gone too far." The Blood Immortal's legs were shaking. She whispered to Xiao He. Xiao He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He looked down at the fanatical crowd and knew that he had gone too far this time. "Everyone calm down. This dragon lord will use rain from the heavens immediately. You all wait outside. I need to prepare in the Tower of Babel." With that, Xiao He ran into the Tower of Babel as if he was escaping. Xiao He quickly sent a message to Zhuowen. "Kid, hurry up and enter the Tower of Babel. We can't stay here. Otherwise, we will be beaten up." Zhuowen looked at Xiao He speechlessly and sighed. He knew that this guy was extremely unreliable. Now that he had failed to show off, he could only run away. Thinking of this, Zhuowen came to the center of the tower. There was a flight of stairs there. The flight of stairs looked transparent, but it could be felt. Zhuowen put away the thunder fire sword and stepped on the stairs. Then, a strong pressure hit him. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's divine sense was much stronger than the pressure of the stairs. He climbed up the stairs step by step. Moreover, Zhuowen realized that every time he climbed up a flight of stairs, he felt as if he had climbed 1,000 meters. After 10 flights of stairs, the hall at the bottom of the tower could no longer be seen. Xiao He said slowly, "The cultivators who enter the Tower of Babel will be assigned an independent space. So, after you climb up the Tower of Babel, you won't meet anyone else. You also don't have to be afraid of those people chasing after us." Zhuowen rolled his eyes fiercely. Most of the time, this fellow was incapable of accomplishing anything and was good at ruining things. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. As he climbed up the stairs step by step, Zhuowen found that the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, This pressure was specifically targeted at his divine sense. Zhuowen's divine sense was too strong, so this pressure was nothing in his eyes. After walking for about half a day, Zhuowen took a step forward. A thunderous sound came from his feet, and then Zhuowen stepped out of the stairs. Zhuowen looked around and found that he was still in the same hall. However, the hall was empty. In the center of the hall, there was still a flight of stairs leading up. Continue to go up. Zhuowen continued to step out and climbed up the stairs. The pressure on this flight of stairs was much stronger than the pressure on the 11th floor. After a while, Zhuowen climbed up to the 13th floor. Moreover, Zhuowen found that his divine sense also grew stronger as he climbed up the stairs. When he reached the 15th floor, Zhuowen finally felt the pressure. He stood on the stairs leading to the 16th floor, and his eyes flickered. Maybe I should go to Devilfall Valley. Moreover, the 15th floor is already the limit of my divine sense. Chapter 2007. Tower of Hanno. I've heard from MO Fan that Devilfall Valley is very dangerous. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to go there now. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He didn't rush out immediately, but sat cross-legged in the hall. He had quite a number of calamity crystal cores with him, and it was enough for him to improve his strength. He planned to improve his strength first. His main body, Zhuowen, didn't plan to continue cultivating. His main focus was on the black-clothed Zhuowen. After all, if his main body wanted to be strong, he had to advance to the Void Heaven realm. The calamity crystal cores on him couldn't help him advance to the Void Heaven realm. As for the black-clothed Zhuowen, as long as he passed through 20 thunder disasters, he would be able to become real God Ji Lei. By then, Zhuowen's power would increase tremendously. Hence, Jian Wushuang planned to raise the black-clothed Zhuowen's cultivation level to real God Ji Lei first. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen, as well as a small mountain of calamity crystal cores. On the 10th floor, Zhuowen had obtained some calamity crystals from Lu Guang and the others. Later on the 11th floor, he had killed a large number of blade-piercing beasts and caused a ruckus at the bottom of Tong Tian Tower with Shueli and the others. Hence, the number of calamity crystal cores on him had reached more than 1,000 pieces. It was quite a number. The white-clothed Zhuowen silently watched the black-clothed Zhuowen cultivate. Then he closed his eyes. He had just advanced to real God 2 disasters, and he needed to consolidate his realm. In the boundless starry sky, there were 3 enormous gemstone needles. The 3 gemstone needles were crystal clear and connected the heavens and the earth. They had a breathtaking beauty. On one of the gemstone needles, there were 64 gilded discs stacked from bottom to top. The gilded discs illuminated the surroundings. In the middle of the 3 gemstone needles, there was a huge triangular region. There were many buildings in the region. The buildings were strange. Their roofs were round, and there were sharp needles in the middle of the roofs. They were milky white and looked clean and tidy. At that moment, the triangular region was bustling with people. This is the Tower of Hanno, right? It is a miraculous building created by Lord Brahma. It is said that this building foretells the origin and destruction of the world. Ling Yunji stood in the middle of the square, looking up at the majestic Tower of Hanoi. This Tower of Hanoi is indeed mysterious. Back then, only the talented Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch managed to solve the mystery of the Tower of Hanoi, and then opened the entrance to the Tower of Hanoi and entered it. That Purple Myrtle Star Monarch was too ambitious. He actually wanted to create 3 realms on his own. In the end, he was annihilated in the 20th calamity. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have already become a giant of the great Brahma domain, Yu Yewei said sarcastically. Ling Yunji, Mara, and Yu Yewei, the 3 sect masters of the Eastern Universe, had brought their disciples to the central universe to wait for the opening of the trial grounds exit. It wasn't just the three great sects. The sect masters of the 8 great sects in the star field had all come. In addition, some other forces with strong foundations had also come to observe. Most people's gazes fell on the Tower of Hanoi. Although the Tower of Hanoi had 64 floors, it was now covered in light screens. But now, the Tower of Hanoi was divided into 18 light screens. From bottom to top, each light screen had blue dots, and the lowest layer had the most blue dots. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. From the bottom to the top, the blue dots became more and more sparse. There was only one blue dot on the 17th floor, and none on the 18th floor. Everyone knew that the blue dots represented the number of cultivators in the trial grounds. The first floor had the most people, so densely packed that it was impossible to count. However, the 17th floor attracted the most attention. Because there was only one dot on the 17th floor, it meant that there was only one cultivator on the 17th floor. As for who this cultivator was, it wasn't displayed, so they could only rely on the cultivators outside to guess. Who is this genius? To be able to surpass everyone and reach the 17th floor so quickly? Mara frowned and murmured in a low voice. Their Heavenly Devil Island's strongest disciple was Yushan, and he was extremely familiar with Yushan's strength. Although Yushan had the chance to reach the 17th floor, it definitely wouldn't be so fast. Ling Yunji and Yu Yewei had the same thoughts. They also didn't think that Ling Zhuo and Yu Tanjing would reach the 17th floor so quickly. I heard that the Half Moon Hall has a powerful rising star. He hasn't cultivated for more than 1,000 years, but his cultivation has already reached the realm of chaotic space 4 times. Could it be that the one who reached the 17th floor is that rising star from the Half Moon Hall? Mara suddenly spoke. I've also heard that this rising star is called Tong Chime. She's a personal disciple personally taught by the Half Moon Hall's palace master. Waning Moon, Ling Yunji replied. As they spoke, the 3 of them couldn't help but look to the other side. There, 8 maidservants stepped through the starry sky, carrying a palanquin that slowly landed around the Tower of Hanoi. On the palanquin that was decorated with a light veil, a graceful figure casually lifted her long hair. Under the veil, it was faintly discernible and looked extremely alluring. Looks like the Half Moon Hall's palace master is also here. Mara, Ling Yunji, and Yu Yewei looked at the beautiful figure on the palanquin with fear. The Half Moon Hall's foundation was very strong. Among the 10 major sects, it was far ahead of the other 9 major sects. It was fully deserving of the title of number 1 sect. Therefore, the geniuses cultivated by the Half Moon Hall were usually able to suppress the other 9 major sects. This time was no exception. Palace Master Waning Moon, long time no see. You're still as charming as before. A charming voice sounded. Then, an enchanting young woman dressed in a black robe landed near the palanquin with a pair of black-armored cultivators. Mara's gaze was gloomy as he stared coldly at the enchanting young woman. Ling Yunji and Yu Yewei obediently shut their mouths. The 2 of them naturally recognized the enchanting young woman's identity. This enchanting young woman was called Yang Muchio. She was the sect master of the demonic pearl sect. Back then, Yang Muchio and Mara were Taoist companions. Unfortunately, Yang Muchio's intentions were not pure. She became Taoist companions with Mara only because she wanted to steal the demonic book from the heavenly demon island. Later, the 2 demonic sects fought because of this. Both sides suffered heavy losses and formed a deadly feud. So it's Sect Master Yang. Long time no see indeed. Waning Moon's voice was languid, but there was a trace of nobility in it. Yang Muchio smiled and warmly chatted with Waning Moon. As for Mara, she naturally noticed him, but she pretended not to see him. In addition, the other 5 sect masters of the 10 major sects were also gathered in this triangular area. These 5 sects were the Heaven and Earth sect, Void Peak, Chi Refinement Sword sect, White Jade Building, and Flower Butterfly Valley. I'm afraid that only Tong Chimei from your Half Moon Hall can reach the 17th level in such a short time, right? Yang Mucho smiled and asked probingly. Waning Moon did not evade, and said indifferently, if Chimei is given enough time, she can also pass the 18th level. Yang Mucho's beautiful eyes flickered. She smiled and did not say anything. In her heart, she had already confirmed that the blue light spot on the 17th level was indeed Tong Chimei from the Half Moon Hall. Zhuowen cultivated in the hall for half a year and finally absorbed all the Calamity Crystal cores. The black-clothed Zhuowen's lightning calamity also descended 10 times. However, they were all devoured by Zhuowen's heavenly thunder eye and turned into heavenly lightning. Currently, Zhuowen had a lot of heavenly lightning on him. He had a total of 150 streaks of lightning. If he released all 150 streaks of lightning, the power would be absolutely terrifying. Ordinary void sky experts would die without a doubt. So many Calamity Crystal cores, but it only allowed Devour to pass through 10 lightning calamities. It seems that the more lightning calamities one passes, the more Calamity Crystal cores are needed. Zhuowen muttered helplessly. Up until now, the black-clothed Zhuowen had passed through 15 lightning calamities. Moreover, the 15th lightning calamity had made even Zhuowen feel a trace of pressure. Originally, Zhuowen thought that he could rely on the Calamity Crystal cores to pass through 20 lightning calamities. It seemed that he had thought too much. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that if he wanted to pass through the next lightning calamity, the number of Calamity Crystal cores he needed would definitely be several times more than before. However, it was not without benefits. After passing through 15 lightning calamities, the black-clothed Zhuowen's strength had increased by more than just a little. Let's go to the 15th level's Devilfall Valley to take a look. Standing up, Zhuowen slowly left the hall and walked out of the entrance. The environment outside the Tower of Hanno was not much different from the 11th floor. It was also an uninhabited battlefield. The surroundings emitted a desolate and ancient aura. Chapter 2008. Wei Shuo, the 15th floor, was much more dangerous than the 11th floor. As soon as Zhuowen exited, he discovered that the surrounding area was filled with strange beasts. Zhuowen was familiar with the gallows and blade-piercing beasts. If he wasn't careful, he might be targeted by these strange beasts. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was much stronger. Originally, when he entered the 11th floor, his spiritual space had formed a galaxy. Now that he had entered the 15th floor, his spiritual space had undergone another transformation, giving birth to 2 galaxies. His divine sense had become even more powerful. Although the 15th floor was much more dangerous, Zhuowen relied on his powerful divine sense to avoid the nearby dangers in advance. Zhuowen even sensed other cultivators on the 15th floor within the range of his divine sense. These cultivators were also very strong, but they didn't notice Zhuowen's divine sense probing. Devilfall Valley was located in the deepest part of the 15th floor. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. Is this Devilfall Valley? Zhuowen stood outside Devilfall Valley, looking at the incomparably huge valley in front of him with vigilance. The Devilfall Valley's demonic chi was very dense. The entire Devilfall Valley was shrouded in demonic chi, gloomy and terrifying. Brother, are you also planning to enter Devilfall Valley? A calm voice sounded from behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and saw a scholarly man standing quietly, looking at him with a smile. Behind the scholarly man were two women. These two female cultivators were good-looking and had enchanting figures. At first glance, one would have improper thoughts. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Yes, but I'm not too familiar with Devilfall Valley. I don't know how to enter." The scholarly man's expression softened, and he said with a smile, "So that's how it is. Brother, come with me. I know the entrance to Devilfall Valley. Moreover, the calamity crystals in this valley are much more abundant than the outside world. Once you enter Devilfall Valley, you won't be disappointed." Zhuowen frowned. Although this scholarly man didn't reveal his aura, Zhuowen could feel that this person wasn't ordinary. For such a figure to invite him so warmly, there must be something behind it. I am Wei Shua of the Devil Pearl sect. I hope you can give me some face." The scholarly man said with a faint smile. Zhuowen originally intended to refuse, but after this person said his name, Zhuowen slowly narrowed his eyes and sized up the elegant man in front of him. Previously, when he had killed Lu Guang of the Devil Pearl sect on the 10th floor, Lu Guang seemed to have mentioned the name Wei Shua, and this Wei Shua was the strongest genius of the Devil Pearl sect. Furthermore, that Wei Shua was also the indirect culprit behind the imprisonment of Heavenly Devil Island's Yushan in Devilfall Valley. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen said solemnly, "I am Zhuowen." Zhuowen glanced at the two female cultivators beside Wei Shua. Only now did he notice that there wasn't the slightest hint of intelligence in their beautiful eyes. Their bodies were filled with dense devil qi, as if they were walking corpses. Devil puppets. Zhuowen said in his heart. Zhuowen had heard of devil puppets from Mo Fan before. It was said that they were a type of puppet that used devil qi to forcibly refine a living person into a mindless puppet, equivalent to a living corpse. The cultivators of Heavenly Devil Island were not bad. Basically, they didn't know how to refine devil puppets. After all, this secret technique was simply too vicious. However, Heavenly Devil Island's enemy, the Devil Pearl sect, was very popular with this kind of vicious secret technique. However, the success rate of this technique was very low. Even the Devil Pearl sect didn't have many devil puppets. This Wei Shua alone had 2 devil puppets. It was clear that the Devil Pearl sect valued him greatly. So it's little brother Zhua. I believe that little brother Zhua came to Devilfall Valley for the place where that Devil Dao expert died, right? Wei Shua didn't mind Zhuowen's strange gaze at devil puppets and laughed. Could it be that Brother Wei knows where that Devil Dao expert is? Zhuowen said with a hint of sarcasm. If Wei Shua knew, why would he come out and tell an outsider like him? Wei Shua smiled faintly and said, "You're right. I do know where the Devil Dao expert fell, but I can't enter that place by myself. I need to find a cultivator whose strength is similar to mine. Only by working together can we break the restriction and enter." Zhuowen sneered. "Brother Wei, I'm just a true god of 2 disasters. The gap between you and me isn't small. Do you think I can help?" Wei Shua smiled. "Brother Zhua, you're too modest. Those who can enter the 15th level and reach the outskirts of Devilfall Valley aren't simple people. Moreover, I see that Brother Zhua's body is spotless. There aren't any traces of battle. It's obvious that you didn't encounter any strange beasts on your way to Devilfall Valley. Or rather, you perfectly avoided all the strange beasts along the way. And to be able to do this, your divine sense must be far more powerful than we can imagine. Brother Zhua, do you agree with what I said?" Zhuowen looked deeply at Wei Shua. This person was very scheming and had amazing observation skills. He was able to deduce Zhuowen's divine sense just by looking at Zhuowen's condition. He really wasn't simple. However, Zhuowen was very suspicious of Wei Shua's intentions. He had heard from Mo Fan that the supreme expert of the Devil Dao who had fallen in Devilfall Valley was very powerful, and his inheritance was a precious treasure that countless cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. However, Devilfall Valley had stood on the 15th level for countless years. No one had ever obtained the inheritance of that Devil Dao expert. Most of them died or were injured. However, Zhuowen still decided to follow Wei Shuo into Devilfall Valley. Although the jade slip that Mo Fan had given him had indicated Yu Shan's location, that was within the Devilfall Valley. Now that Zhuowen could not even find the entrance to the Devilfall Valley, how was he going to enter and find Yu Shan? If it weren't for Yu Shan's Big Dipper demonic fire, Zhuowen wouldn't have bothered to waste his time here. Brother Wei's observation skills are very meticulous. I admire you. If what Brother Wei said is true, then you can find the inheritance of that Devil Dao expert. However, there is only one inheritance, and there are two of us. How should we split it? Zhuowen said indifferently. Wei Shuo said indifferently, it's very simple. This kind of thing belongs to the capable. When the time comes, it will depend on our own abilities. Good. Then it's decided. To Wei Shuo's surprise, Zhuowen agreed without hesitation. Let's enter Devilfall Valley first. The restrictions here are extremely terrifying. If we take a wrong step, we might trigger a terrifying attack from Devilfall Valley. When that happens, we'll be in trouble. Wei Shuo reminded Zhuowen seriously. Then, he led Zhuowen into the entrance of Devilfall Valley. Following the entrance, they walked into the depths of Devilfall Valley. Behind the entrance of Devilfall Valley was a small forest path. Surrounding the path was a dense devil chi that could corrode one's bones. This devil chi was extremely terrifying. If it entered a cultivator's body, it could instantly cause them to lose their mind and turn them into a bloodthirsty demon. It seems that the restrictions around this forest path were set up by Wei Shuo. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He was already a divine array master, so he naturally had a unique understanding of restrictions. With a single glance, he could tell that the forest path was set up by a formation. The two of them walked silently along the forest path. Wei Shuo would occasionally strike up a conversation with Zhuowen, but Zhuowen would always remain silent. Currently, he was silently checking the jade slips in his spirit ring with his consciousness. He found that the two of them were getting closer and closer to Yu Shan's location. Brother Zhuo, up ahead is the Demon God Cliff. Below the cliff, there are cultivators who have lost their way because of the devil chi in Devilfall Valley. I call them the Lost Ones. You have to be careful. Wei Shuo suddenly said solemnly. The two of them came to the front. Zhuowen found that there was indeed a cliff in front of them. The bottom of the cliff was filled with rolling black devil chi. There were layers upon layers of devil chi. It looked extremely strange. Wei Shuo formed a seal with both hands and immediately took out a black iron chain from his spirit ring. This iron chain was filled with devil chi and looked extremely terrifying. Wei Shuo swung his right hand. The sharp end of the iron chain shot out and heavily nailed itself to the cliff wall opposite them. Then, Wei Shuo used all his strength to nail the iron chain into the cliff wall beneath his feet. Let's go over. But when we go over, we have to be careful. The lost ones below will attack any living thing that crosses the cliff. Wei Shuo reminded. Then, with a kick of his right foot, he quickly flew toward the other side of the cliff. Zhuowen followed closely behind. His speed was extremely fast, but he soon found that something was wrong. The pressure around them suddenly increased. The devil chi below the cliff was rolling like waves. Then one devil shadow after another shot out like arrows. Their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. Wei Shuo's gaze was calm. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent out 2 thin threads. Then, they entered the bodies of the 2 devil puppets behind him. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 2009. Ambush Wei Shua's 2 demonic puppets were very powerful. With them around, Wei Shua only needed to control the threads connecting them. Wei Shua slowly advanced. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhua when wielding the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword. With a single slash, the sword light was like water, dispersing all of the incoming demonic shadows. This person is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps with him, I might really be able to enter that place. Originally, I thought that Yushan would be able to open that place. But sadly, that Yushan was too disappointing. She was still lacking by a bit. Wei Shua nodded his head as he thought to himself. The cliff was quite far away, and the number of demonic shadows was increasing. Therefore, Wei Shua and Zhuowen's speed was not fast. In the latter half of the journey, there were simply too many demonic shadows. Wei Shua's 2 demonic puppets were also having a hard time resisting them. Wei Shua had no choice but to summon his divine tools to relieve the pressure on the 2 demonic puppets. As for Zhuowen, he summoned the 12 embryos of the no-beginning demonic metal sword. Numerous vortexes of killing intent surrounded his body. Any demonic shadow that charged at him was crushed to pieces by the vortexes of killing intent. Before long, the 2 successfully reached the other side of the cliff. Brother Zhua, I really didn't misjudge you. You are indeed very strong. Wei Shua glanced at the embryos of the no-beginning demonic metal sword floating around Zhuowen and said, happily. Zhuowen smiled and said, Brother Wei is too polite. Compared to Brother Wei, I'm just a little child in the presence of a great one. Wei Shua waved his hand and said, Brother Zhua is too modest. With your help, entering the land of inheritance in the depths of Devilfall Valley will be absolutely safe. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. Just now, he had checked the jade slip in his spirit ring and found that the path Wei Shua had taken just happened to lead him to Yushan's location. Although he did not know why Yushan was trapped in Devilfall Valley for so long, he could guess that it had nothing to do with Wei Shua in front of him. I hope so. Brother Wei, continue to lead the way. Zhuowen said indifferently. Wei Shua nodded. He didn't say anything else and continued to lead the way. Zhuowen surveyed his surroundings. He knew that Wei Shua had probably explored this route before. After all, this route was laid down with powerful restrictions. Wei Shua should also be a powerful God Array master. After traveling for about half a day, the 2 of them arrived at an incomparably huge devil lake. Occasionally, terrifying devil shadows would emerge from the devil lake. Clearly, this devil lake was not safe. Wei Shua looked at Zhuowen and said, Brother Zhua, this is where my restrictions coordinates are. But according to my calculations, I've discovered that the key to the core of Devilfall Valley is most likely within this demon lake. Key? Zhuowen frowned. Yes, the key. It is said that when that demon Dao expert was defeated by Lord Brahma, he didn't die completely. Before he died, that demon Dao expert sealed himself and buried himself in Devilfall Valley. Moreover, he left behind a palm in the depths of this devil lake. As long as we can find the palm of that demonic Dao expert, we'll be able to follow it into the depths of Devilfall Valley and obtain the inheritance of that demonic Dao expert. Wei Shua said excitedly. Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he said, How are we going to find that palm? This devil lake is so big. Isn't it too difficult to find that demon Dao expert's palm? Ha ha, Brother Zhua, don't worry. I've already deduced the exact location of that demon Dao expert's palm. However, there is a powerful restriction array there that I can't break through with my strength alone. If the 2 of us work together, it will be possible, Wei Shuo said confidently. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Then let's go down and take a look." Saying so, the two of them didn't hesitate to dive into the Devil Lake. Zhuowen's divine sense was even stronger than Wei Shuo's. The moment he entered the Devil Lake, he discovered that a demon beast 10,000 meters away had discovered the two of them and was rapidly rushing towards them. However, Zhuowen didn't point it out. He wanted to see how far Wei Shuo's divine sense could extend. When the magical beast was only 7 kilometers away from the two of them, Wei Shuo's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, "Brother Zhuo, not good. There's a powerful magical beast rushing towards us." Zhuowen revealed a confused expression and said in surprise, "Brother Wei, why didn't I notice it?" Wei Shuo glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. After discovering that Zhuowen's divine sense wasn't as strong as his, he calmed down. "There really is a demon beast. What should the two of us do?" Zhuowen immediately pretended to be enlightened and said in a low voice, "Let's go quickly. Fighting in the Devil Lake isn't good for either of us." As Wei Shuo spoke, he took out a streamlined black flying divine tool from his spirit ring and opened the cabin door, saying, "Brother Zhuo, come in. This is a divine tool specially designed to travel through water. Its speed is definitely much faster than that demon beast." The two of them entered the flying divine tool. Soon after, the tail of the flying divine tool spewed out terrifying exhaust fumes, and they instantly disappeared. After diving for about 10,000 meters, Wei Shuo stopped the flying divine tool and sighed softly. "It seems that we've completely shaken off that demon beast." Zhuowen also disembarked from the flying divine tool. Soon after, he discovered that they had already reached the bottom of the lake. At the same time, Zhuowen's divine sense extended outwards and discovered a huge stone statue 10,000 meters away. The statue was of a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. His long hair was tied up, and he looked clean and simple. Black light flowed on the surface of the statue. It was obvious that a powerful restriction had been set up. Zhuowen's divine sense was indeed powerful, but it was completely unable to penetrate the restriction and pry into the statue's interior. However, the jade slip that Mo Fan had given him indicated that Wich Yushan's location was within the statue. "Brother Zhuo, that place isn't far from us. Let's go quickly." Wei Shuo's eyes lit up with joy as he hurriedly flew backwards. Zhuowen silently followed behind him. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the statue. When Zhuowen arrived in front of the statue, he discovered that the statue was tall and majestic. The statue's eyes, in particular, were unruly and filled with a faint demonic aura, as if they were alive. "Brother Zhuo, if my deduction is correct, that demon Dao expert's palm is hidden within this statue. As you can see, there's an extremely powerful restriction on the surface of this statue. It's difficult for me to blast it open with my strength alone. However, it'll be different if you join us," Wei Shuo said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's work together to blast open the restriction on this statue." The corners of Wei Shuo's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "The two of us will blast open the restriction together. I'll take the front. Brother Zhuo, I'll have to trouble you to take the back." Zhuowen waved his hand and walked behind the statue. However, his eyes were extremely vigilant. "Begin." As Wei Shuo spoke, he directed the two demon puppets to blast towards the front of the statue. Zhuowen's brows slightly furrowed. He directed the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos to blast the back of the statue with a killing intent vortex. What surprised Zhuowen was that the restriction on the surface of the statue was indeed very powerful. When the killing intent vortex blasted the surface of the statue, it did not affect the restriction in the slightest. Just as Zhuowen was wondering if he should increase the power of his attack, a black hole that was several feet wide suddenly appeared at the back of the statue. A terrifying suction force came from the black hole. Zhuowen felt his body being sucked towards the black hole uncontrollably. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, two whooshing sounds came from both sides of Zhuowen. Shortly after, Zhuowen's face turned gloomy as he realized that Wei Shua's two demon puppets were attacking him from both sides. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately released devouring vortex to resist the terrifying suction force coming from the back of the statue. At the same time, Zhuowen once again summoned the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos from his spirit ring. They turned into two killing intent vortexes and blocked the attacks of the demon puppets from both sides. Why? Zhuowen calmly asked. Wei Shua leaped into the air, appearing in the air above Zhuowen. He looked at the devouring vortex summoned by Zhuo when in astonishment and sneered, "No reason, I just want to borrow your life." As he spoke, Wei Shua took out a command medallion. He pointed his sword finger at the medallion, and the ghost face on the medallion's surface began to distort. Abruptly, it shot out from the medallion and transformed into a gigantic evil spirit that pounced towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He once again summoned the 12 primitive demon gold sword embryos and heavily smashed them on the evil spirit, stopping it in its tracks. You still have more. You have quite a lot of primitive demon gold on you. You can actually refine 36 sword embryos at the same time. However, they will soon be mine. Wei Shua grinned. He didn't mind that Zhuowen had blocked the evil ghosts he had summoned. With a wave of his sleeve, he actually summoned 49 array flags. The array flags quickly arranged themselves. Then they suddenly burst into flames. The flames were purple in color. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding demon lake water retreated. Some of it was even burned into steam by the purple flames. It was clear how terrifying the purple flames were. You can obediently become the sacrifice of this stone statue. I will take your spirit ring. Wei Shua controlled the purple flames and rushed towards Zhuowen's chest. Meanwhile, his right hand reached for the spirit ring on Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen's eyes were serious. He did not expect Wei Shua to have such a terrifying purple flame. With no other choice, Zhuowen opened his heavenly thunder eye and released a pitch-black bolt of lightning. Sizzle! The bolt of lightning made an ear-piercing sound the moment it collided with the purple flames. Then, the two began to madly entangle each other as if they were natural enemies. Boom! In the end, the purple flames and the bolt of lightning exploded. The terrifying shockwave created a huge circular vacuum at the bottom of the demon lake. Countless amounts of demon lake water were pushed to the sides like a storm. Zhuowen clearly did not expect the collision of the purple flames and the bolt of lightning to create such a terrifying explosion. Caught off guard, he was hit by the aftershock of the explosion. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to maintain the devouring whirlpool, he was sucked into the black hole at the back of the stone statue. However, the moment he entered the black hole, Zhuowen immediately grabbed the right leg of Wei Shua, who was desperately trying to escape the suction. "Bastard, let go of me!" Wei Shua's eyes were scarlet. He was also deeply affected by the explosion. At this moment, he was seriously injured and could not break free from Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen took advantage of the situation and pulled the two of them into the black hole at the back of the stone statue. Chapter 2010. Loch Ness. This was a black desert with a black sun hovering above it. Both the desert and the sun emitted a terrifying demonic aura, which was like a raging flame that roasted a cultivator's will. Zhuowen stood up from a small sand dune, his face extremely gloomy. He found that he couldn't use his divine sense in this place, and he couldn't even mobilize his god power. Since he couldn't use his divine sense, it meant that he couldn't open the spirit ring. Moreover, since he couldn't use his god power, Zhuowen was no different from an ordinary person. This place should be suitable for Devour's doppelganger. It's a pity that his doppelganger is still in the spirit ring. Zhuowen muttered bitterly. Although Zhuowen's main body had cultivated the indestructible body refining divine ability, this kind of body refining divine ability required the support of God power. In other words, all of Zhuowen's body refining divine arts required the support of the corresponding energy. Now that Zhuowen couldn't mobilize the energy in his body, it meant that his body refining divine ability couldn't be used. The only fortunate thing was that Zhuowen's physique was much stronger than an ordinary person's, and his strength was also far superior. Walking silently through the desert, Zhuowen didn't see Wei Shuo. Obviously, Wei Shuo had fallen somewhere else in this desert. After a month, Zhuowen's mouth and tongue were dry, and his body was powerless, since he couldn't use his divine sense and God power. Zhuowen was no different from an ordinary person. Originally, he was a true god who didn't eat the food of mortals and didn't eat for many years. However, without his divine sense and God power, he had to consume energy just by relying on his physical strength. Since he couldn't use his God power, this energy had to be absorbed from the outside world. Therefore, after walking for 10 days, Zhuowen found himself hungry and thirsty. His body was weak, and he couldn't exert any strength. Moreover, Zhuowen's clothes and hair had become extremely dirty and messy. If it was in the past, he would have been able to clean his entire body with just a thought. Unfortunately, there was no water now, so he could not even take care of himself. It's been a long time since I had this feeling. Zhuowen's mouth was full of bitterness. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time Zhuowen had such an unbearable feeling of hunger and thirst. Plop! Zhuowen suddenly missed a step. Only then did he realize that there was a small sand dune in front of him. He rolled down the sand dune in an extremely embarrassing manner. Struggling to stand up, Zhuowen found that there was a small pool in front of him. Water, water, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he struggled to crawl towards the small pool in front of him. Now, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with water, and he neglected the many thatched huts around the small pool. Whoosh! A spear quickly flew over and stabbed into the ground in front of Zhuowen, raising a cloud of sand that blocked Zhuowen's line of sight. At this moment, Zhuowen was too weak to care about the sand splashing on his face. His gaze was fixed on the small pool in front of him. More than 10 strong men rushed out from the surrounding buildings and surrounded Zhuowen. Zhuowen struggled to raise his head and looked through the shadows of these strong men. He vaguely saw a young woman with wheat-colored skin slowly walking over. Zhuowen's eyelids were too heavy. He didn't have time to see the woman's face clearly before he felt a pain in the back of his head and fainted. Before he lost consciousness, Zhuowen vaguely heard an indifferent female voice. "Take him back and lock him up. It just so happens that Loch Ness is about to rise. We need a sacrifice to appease the water god's anger." Zhuowen slowly woke up and found himself trapped in front of a bonfire. The sky had unknowingly turned dark. Around the bonfire, more than 10 men danced around him, chanting in a language he didn't understand. In front of the bonfire was a small pool, followed by a shabby thatched hut. Next to the hut, the old, the weak, the women, and the children silently looked at the bonfire. Just as Zhuowen wanted to continue observing, a cool breeze came from the corner of his mouth. In front of him, a young woman was holding a water bag and pouring water into his mouth. "You're a precious sacrifice. I can't let you die of thirst." After she finished speaking, the woman put away the water bag and walked to the center of the bonfire. Zhuowen calmly looked at the woman. He was sure that this was the young woman he saw before he lost consciousness. Zhuowen looked up at the sky with a grave expression. At first, he didn't know where he was, but now he realized that this place was a terrifying formation. Inside this formation, no energy of any nature could be used. Even if you were an incomparably noble void sky cultivator, you would still become a worthless mortal in this place. What a powerful Devil Dao expert. He was actually able to set up such a terrifying formation. I wonder how I can escape from this place. Zhuowen pondered. He knew that the first thing he needed to do was to use his divine sense. After all, if he couldn't use his divine sense, he wouldn't be able to open his spirit ring. Once he opened his spirit ring, Zhuowen would have nothing to fear. In this place, where he couldn't use any energy, any divine tool in his spirit ring was a supreme weapon. "It's time to go to Loch Ness," the young woman said indifferently. The dozen or so burly men around the bonfire immediately gathered around Zhuowen. They lifted Zhuowen up and walked towards the small pond. Zhuowen discovered that there was a very long and wide gully in front of the small pond. The pond's water came from the end of the gully. After crossing a small sand dune, Zhuowen discovered that there was a huge lake under the sand dune. The appearance of such a huge lake in the middle of an endless desert was a very strange thing in itself. "Let's go." The group of people brought Zhuowen to the lakeside. The young woman knelt by the lakeside and softly chanted, as if she was praying. "The water god has received my prayer. Throw this sacrifice down." The woman turned around and glanced at Zhuowen. Yes, a burly man swiftly carried Zhuowen and threw him into the lake. Splash! The ice-cold lake water soaked Zhuowen's body. He kept sinking as a suffocating feeling assaulted him. Zhuowen was unable to use any of his strength. Coupled with the fact that his body was tied up, he could only let himself sink. Fortunately, Zhuowen's physique was astonishing. He could hold his breath much longer than ordinary people. He opened his eyes and observed the bottom of the lake. At the same time, he began to think about how to untie the ropes between his hands. The lake was not deep. Soon, Zhuowen reached the bottom of the lake. Zhuowen noticed that there were many small stones piled up at the bottom of the lake. He casually picked up a relatively sharp stone and began to rub it against the ropes between his hands. After a while, the ropes were cut open. He then untied the ropes on his feet. Whoosh, whoosh. The moment Zhuowen was untied, black algae rushed out from the bottom of the lake toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He stomped his feet and quickly swam toward the surface of the lake. The algae gave him a strong sense of crisis. His intuition told him that if he fought against it, he would be doomed. Unfortunately, the algae was too fast. In an instant, it wrapped around Zhuowen's right foot and pulled him toward the bottom of the lake. Zhuowen tried to pry it open with both hands. However, the algae was too tough. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. At the same time, he saw a big mouth in the depths of the algae. This big mouth had sharp teeth. If he was swallowed, Zhuowen would die without a doubt. A trace of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Zhuowen's survival instinct kept him swimming upward. But even so, it only slowed down his speed. At the moment of life and death, one of the two galaxies in Zhuowen's divine soul exploded. The terrifying explosion made Zhuowen's divine soul tumble, giving him a splitting headache. The explosion of the divine soul galaxy made Zhuowen's divine soul reach an unprecedented level of strength. Swoosh! Zhuowen immediately summoned the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword, slashing it down. The glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword cut the big mouth into halves, and its blood dyed the entire lake bottom. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief and took the glorious amethyst galaxy sword with a bitter smile. Exploding the Divine Soul Galaxy was a desperate move of the celestial star meditation diagram. It could instantly erupt with several times the power of the divine sense, but it was only for a moment. After that moment, the divine sense would weaken. If it weren't a life-or-death crisis, Zhuowen wouldn't have chosen this extreme method. After the galaxy exploded, it meant that his previous efforts to refine his divine soul were all in vain. Moreover, his divine soul would suffer irreparable damage. At that moment, Zhuowen wanted to take out the black-clothed Zhuowen, but he gave up. He guessed that the formation in this place could seal all kinds of energy. Devour's body also needed energy. However, he couldn't use energy in this place, so Devour couldn't be of any use. That was why he chose the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword. Although this sword couldn't be urged by the soul consciousness, which reduced its power, it was still a divine weapon, not an ordinary iron. Even if it didn't need God power or soul consciousness to urge, the sharpness of this sword was absolutely peerless. In this place where energy couldn't be used, this divine weapon was really terrifying. After killing the seaweed monster, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to leave the bottom of the lake. Instead, he grabbed the seaweed and swallowed it whole. After losing his divine power, he had not eaten for a month. He needed to replenish his energy. After eating until he was 80% full, Zhuowen started to swim around the lake bottom. Now that he had the glorious amethyst galaxy divine sword, he had more courage. He wanted to search the bottom of the lake. Previously, that group of people had called this lake Ness Lake and claimed that this lake had a water god. Moreover, that group of people would rather open a small pond in the distance than live near this lake. This lake wasn't simple at all. All of a sudden, Zhuowen saw a large shadow at the bottom of the lake. The shadow spread faster and faster. Eventually, it dyed the entire lake bottom black. Then, a slit appeared in the center of the shadow, which began to open. Eyes. Chapter 2011. Bloodthirsty lizard, the huge, I quietly stared at Zhuowen. Soon after, Zhuowen felt an uncontrollable dizziness in his mind. Go! Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of struggle. His hands fiercely moved, and he swam towards the surface of the lake, quickly leaving the bottom. When Zhuowen reached the surface of the lake, the eye at the bottom of the lake closed, and the bottom of the lake returned to its calm state. What was that? That was really close. Zhuowen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Thinking of the huge eye at the bottom of the lake, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Although the eye at the bottom of the lake didn't attack him physically, the invisible fear that it brought to Zhuowen was deeply imprinted in his heart the moment he saw it. Zhuowen was sure that the eye at the bottom of the lake wasn't simple. At the same time, Zhuowen was also surprised. The eye gave him such a strong sense of fear, so why didn't it attack him physically? Perhaps the eye was sealed at the bottom of the lake by some kind of powerful force. Zhuowen guessed in a low voice. Moreover, he guessed that the eye was inextricably linked to the almighty demonic cultivator in Devilfall Valley. The sound of water immediately attracted the praying young woman and more than 10 strong men on the shore. What? The sacrifice actually escaped without permission. How did this guy escape? The young woman's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. The rest of the strong men looked at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes. When Zhuowen reached the shore, the young woman immediately ordered the strong men behind her to capture Zhuowen again. Unfortunately, Zhuowen, who had solved his hunger and thirst problem, wasn't someone these strong men could capture. Zhuowen grabbed the fist of the brawny man in front of him. Then, with a clench of his fist, he swung the brawny man up and smashed him into the brawny men behind him. In an instant, all the brawny men were knocked to the ground. The young woman was shocked. Zhuowen walked in front of the young woman and tore off the clothes on her right arm. "Ah, what do you want to do?" The young woman cried out in alarm, looking at Zhuowen in horror, her hands clutching her chest. Zhuowen could not be bothered with her. Instead, he tied the torn clothes onto his glorious amethyst galaxy sword and tied it across his chest. "The water god actually didn't kill you. You must be the messenger sent by the water god. You must be." The young woman reacted and hurriedly knelt in front of Zhuowen, muttering something. The other 10 or so strong men also knelt on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at the woman and the others kneeling on the ground. Weren't these people too superstitious? However, he was indeed curious about the so-called water god in Loch Ness, especially after seeing the strange giant eye. He was even more certain that Loch Ness was not as simple as it seemed. "Get up. Tell me about the water god. The water god you speak of, is it the giant eye that appeared at the bottom of the lake?" Zhuowen simply laid out his cards. The young woman suddenly raised her head and stared at Zhuowen. She revealed an excited expression and said, "You have indeed seen the water god. You are the second person to see the water god and come out alive. You must be another messenger. You must be." Zhuowen was shocked. It wasn't hard to tell from the woman's words that most sacrifices that were thrown into the Loch Ness were doomed. If he hadn't used that extreme method, he wouldn't have been able to come out alive. Before him, there was someone who had been thrown into the lake and still came out alive. Could it be Wei Shuo? Who was the first messenger? Zhuowen snorted coldly. The young woman's body trembled as she hurriedly said, "The messenger's name is Yushan. She is a very beautiful woman. Which Yushan is really here?" Zhuowen's eyes lit up. The main reason he had entered the 15th floor was for the Tiangang Devil Fire on Yushan. Mo Fan's Tiangang Devil Fire had already been used by Xiao He to forge 12 beginning Devil Gold Swords. Although the true beginning Devil Gold Swords had not been completely forged from the information that Xiao He had given him, the power of the beginning Devil Gold Swords was definitely much more terrifying than the beginning Devil Gold Sword embryos. The sword embryos were already very powerful. If all 48 sword embryos could be forged into true swords, their power would definitely reach an unprecedented level. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "Then do you know where Yushan is?" The young woman hurriedly said, "Messenger Yushan stayed in our tribe for half a month before heading to Luo City. That's the only city within 100,000 kilometers." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Which Yushan was a peerless genius of the heavenly Devil Island. Although he had never come into contact with Yushan, it was not difficult for him to tell that Yushan was not ordinary from Mo Fan's words. Since Yushan was heading to Luo City, it should be because Luo City had a way to leave this place. "Do you have a map to Luo City?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. The young woman hurriedly said, "Lord Messenger, don't worry. Our tribe still has a few maps. If you want them, we can give them all to you." "No need. I only need one map." Zhuowen shook his head. Following that, Zhuowen returned to the tribe under Yushan's guidance. Zhuowen stayed in the tribe for 3 days. After preparing enough rations and water, he left the tribe under the respectful gazes of the tribe members. In the vast desert, Zhuowen looked at the yellowed map in his hand. The map recorded the route to Luo City. However, what made Zhuowen feel helpless was that the journey to Luo City would take at least 20 days. The rations provided by the tribe were not much. Therefore, Zhuowen had to eat sparingly on the journey. In the desert, Zhuowen walked for 15 days. What made him speechless was that he had already drunk all the water. Now he felt his mouth and tongue dry again. He had brought 3 big water bags with him. Moreover, he didn't drink much each time. Even so, he still finished all of them on the 15th day. This could only mean that he didn't have any experience in surviving in the desert. Before this, he was a supreme cultivator. He didn't have to worry about food and water. Experience in this area was really useless to him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fighting came from afar. Moreover, it was not far away. Zhuowen immediately walked forward. After crossing a small sand dune, he saw a group of carriages fighting with a group of monsters that had drilled out of the sand. These monsters were very strange. They were only half a meter tall and had the appearance of a lizard. They had sharp claws and teeth on their forelegs. They looked exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Moreover, they were extremely fast. With a leap, they turned into an illusory shadow that was difficult to catch. There weren't many of these monsters. There were only 7 or 8 of them. The carriages had 30 to 40 people. However, they were completely suppressed by these 7 or 8 monsters. There were continuous casualties. What should we do? In the middle of the carriages, 2 women held hands tightly. Their beautiful eyes looked at the casualties around them in fear. Eldest miss, second miss, if the guards really can't hold on, you should leave quickly. A middle-aged man, holding a heavy sword, stood in front of the 2 women. He was guarding against any danger that might appear around them at any time. Zhuowen's eyes were not on these people. Instead, they fell on the water bags hanging on the carriages. His water bags had long been empty. Now his mouth was dry. He just wanted to drink to his heart's content. At this moment, Zhuowen's mind was only on the water bags on the carriages. As for the guards and the crazy monsters, he had already ignored them. Thinking of this, Zhuowen suddenly rushed out of the sand dune and rushed toward the carriages. "Elder sister, look, someone is running over there." In the middle of the carriages, the younger of the 2 women pointed at Zhuowen, who was running from the left. "Who is this person?" The older woman whispered with a frown. Zhuowen's appearance was not normal. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was unkempt. He looked like a beggar. Anyone who saw Zhuowen like this would unconsciously feel disgusted. "We don't need to care about this person. It's so dangerous outside. This person will probably be killed by those bloodthirster lizards before he gets close." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Uncle Chen, why don't you go and stop this person? It's so dangerous here. He definitely won't be able to survive if he comes here." The younger woman sighed. The middle-aged man shook his head indifferently and said, "If this kind of person dies, then he dies. With the bloodthirster lizards here, he still dares to run here. He's simply courting death. Moreover, our carriages can't even protect ourselves. I have to ensure the safety of the 2 young ladies. How can I abandon you to stop an unrelated person?" At this moment, screams continued to sound in front of the carriages. There were originally 30 guards, but now there were only a dozen left. Most of them were injured. Zhuowen's rush immediately attracted the attention of the bloodthirster lizards. Immediately, the outermost bloodthirster lizard roared and rushed toward Zhuowen. Its scarlet fangs were aimed at Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen only frowned slightly. At this moment, he only wanted to drink water. Why would he care about the bloodthirster lizard? With a stomp of his right foot, he immediately dodged the bloodthirster lizard's pounce and continued to run forward. Roar! The bloodthirster lizard that missed its target roared unwillingly and jumped again. This time, it directly grabbed at Zhuowen's back, wanting to kill him in one blow. Get lost! Zhuowen was extremely impatient. He pulled out the glorious purple galaxy sword from his back and casually slashed behind him. Puchi! Before the bloodthirster lizard could get close to Zhuowen, it was cut in half. Its dark blood spilled all over the ground. This scene immediately stunned everyone in the carriages. The bloodthirster lizard's scales were extremely tough and invulnerable. This was also the reason why 7 or 8 bloodthirster lizards could suppress more than 30 guards. If they couldn't even break the other party's scales, what was the use of having more people? They were still living targets,